let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG, where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our grand norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but any affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contract is supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of process of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira, and so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the result, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our anti-corruption and transparency unit, ACT, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPC as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians, so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing, so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow, because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there, so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court to please desist, because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover, or professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we will keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence, or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our, try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leader of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also we will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realized that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that's going down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption. When you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer will secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct, because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way, so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem, why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak, because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the threat. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. These are areas whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is an international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country, because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this your concern executive project tracking. You people are doing well, but I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. That was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning. He said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the project. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you noticed that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed in the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who's facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things. And that's why the strategy is good. In the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. or you insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora of anti-corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should call your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it.
Thank you.
You have the right team to drive it. Further, you have this advice, you can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises of course the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector. They will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions straight in them, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So your coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue, because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I'll go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge, because that's the only thing I can say. On other issue which, like the president said that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that you strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think out of the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state government, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is certain thing that even if you deny is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on pressurizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us, the Nigerians, that are pushing people. Like that member I started the example, he told me that my constituent was telling me that, look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even looking at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you say alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on top the eye 95.9 FM.
Under the bay. Oh, oh, oh. Under the baobab tree, where shadows bend, the earth whispers tales, the wind.
Human rights are a fundamental and universal entitlement belonging to every person by birth, designed to ensure dignity, freedom, and equality regardless of race, nationality, or status. These inalienable rights form the very core of global governance. International human rights law, founded upon the Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR of 1948, establishes the binding obligation of government to protect these freedoms. A key success of this universal framework has been the continuous expansion of its legal body to protect vulnerable groups, including women, children, and persons with disabilities. This universal commitment forms the basis of this year's International Human Rights Day theme, Our Everyday Essentials, which seeks to reaffirm these principles not as abstract concepts, but as the practical foundation people rely on daily. Despite the strength of this legal foundation, challenges in implementation and new complexity result in an uneven global landscape. Millions are facing a critical lack of access to basic needs such as food, water, health, education due to persistent poverty and entrenched inequality. Recent World Bank estimates indicate that approximately 817 million people are currently facing extreme poverty, underscoring the severity of this implementation gap. Rapid advances in technology and digitalization also present novel hurdles concerning surveillance and privacy. Digital access, essential for modern civic participation, saw significant disruption in 2024 with 296 instances of internet service disruption, highlighting the growing threat to digital rights. This challenge is compounded by weak governance and the widespread persistence of armed conflict. These elements undermine fundamental rights by fueling instability and violence, often perpetuated by a lack of accountability for violations. The devastating impact on civilian life remains profound. The United Nations recorded a sharp 72% surge in the loss of civilian life in conflict zones in 2023, coupled with a record high of over 120 million forcibly displaced persons by the end of 2024. The human rights framework faces compounding issues such as climate change, which threatens the rights to life and health through environmental degradation. This has created a hazardous environment for advocates, with environmental human rights defenders facing substantial risk to their personal safety. Navigating a fair and constructive way forward requires key action across key primary fronts. Strengthening social safety nets through the establishment of universal social protection floors is vital to close the inequality gap and safeguard essential economic rights. Enhancing accountability is paramount. The international community must increase support for mechanisms that investigate and prosecute serious violations of humanitarian law, thereby countering impunity and restoring the rule of law. Also, the protection of civic space must be prioritized by regulating the digital sphere to ensure strong privacy rights and by enacting specific legal safeguards that protect activists, journalists, and human rights defenders from attacks, allowing them to perform their essential work without fear. Ultimately, ensuring human rights remain an ongoing commitment that demands measurable action over rhetorical assurance. By reinforcing the UDHR's principles through strategic investment in social protection, accountability, and the safeguarding of civic and digital freedoms, the global community can successfully transition these values from legal ideals into the everyday essentials that defines a life of dignity, freedom, and equality for all people. Praise Matthias, SOUQ News TV.
And the rules hold the reasons why.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
The much-anticipated Super Leader Conference kicked off with energy and enthusiasm in Lagos as the host, Apostle Success Haruna, delivered a transformative opening presentation. The conference, themed Leader Shift, brought together renowned speakers to redefine leadership and influence. The first speaker set the tone, emphasizing the essence of a super leader, one who communicates effectively, provides resources, recognizes both the strengths and weaknesses of others, and supports them rather than feeling insecure. He also highlighted team building as a critical component of leadership.
One of the factors is because our marriage is a beautiful marriage for 17 years. So we have been able to model what a good marriage is to the people. Speaking, I have up to 16 people, 14 to 16 people living in my house. It has been so from the day one of our marriage. They've never heard our voice. 17 years together as husband and wife. They've never seen us scream at each other. They've never seen us fight. They've never seen us argue, and they're hearing our voices outside. In 17 years of marriage, with the number, we have never had less than 10 people live with us from the day one of our marriage until this present moment. So what you model as a leader is easily communicated to your subject. That's where
The second speaker, Emeka Anslem, stressed that leadership is not about appointment or selection, but about direction. He illustrated this with an analogy.
You've created freedom to learn other things. See, my son is going to learn again while others teach. When he comes back on top again. Right? Transfer yourself in people so they can take up tasks for you. When you raise leaders, you gain far more people than you can ever imagine in this world. Raise leaders, transfer your values, your nature, your culture into people. This is so important. This is so important. One of the ways by which we become an effective leader. Produce people after your kind. That's what God even commanded. Produce people after what? Produce after what? Your kind.
According to him, effective leadership attracts followership by sustaining the interest of those who believe in and depend on a leader's vision. He emphasized vision, uniqueness, innovation, and creativity as core pillars of leadership. Adding a touch of humor and engagement, the third speaker, Ambassador Victor Walsh Oluwafemi, led participants in a brief exercise before moving into his presentation. He focused on leadership as influence, referencing key individuals who have impacted lives in diverse ways. He reminded participants that learning and education comes at a cost, making the convener's fee gesture invaluable.
And I grabbed that message as leadership is influence. Yeah. You can influence people either positively or negatively. And the question I ask people that what has been your influence? What have you been able to do in people's life? Are you able to influence them positively or negatively? Many of us do this a lot. The role of social media. There are people as a leader, you need to be cautious of how you portray yourself on social media, right? That's why I went to that handsome man, Uncle Portable. Again, you know, social media has revolutionized leadership influence. However, it must be manage wisely. So we see some crazy set of very young boys, sorry for my language, and some will just come and say I'm the coach.
Of influence. He also advised leaders to be strategic, particularly in the use of social media, emphasizing the importance of knowing when to.
The conference was amazing. Leadership was the real deal. It was content rich. All the speakers were very impactful. The points were, very, very valid and practicable. So it was a very big one for me. I'm so grateful that I'm here today. This is the best use of my time today.
I had to realize that to be a leader, a true leader, you have to show your followers what you want them to do. You share your vision with them and also do the work. Let them see what you're doing. They'll be able to replicate.
Basically, for me, is emotional intelligence in influence, in influencing people. So it's so profound for me, and I'm taking that back into my space.
The third speaker, he got to identify some types of leaders, and one of them was a transformational leader. That was really awesome. I'd like to be a transformational leader, one that leads and then leave a mark when I'm gone. Yes.
And reassess. The conference wrapped up.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development. Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know. If you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contacts with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
SOUQ Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The SOUQ Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into SOUQ City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and SOUQ Homes are also in the city, developing A&A towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
First of all, be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Hello, good morning and welcome to your regular breakfast show. This is SBL. Put a hashtag in front of it and we'll have SOUQ Business Landscape. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing fully well that you are there and part of the show. Thank you very much. To everyone that has been with us from Monday till this day, let's start this way. Nigeria came back victorious from a lawsuit, which we initiated. So congratulations. If you want to know, hey, you have to stay here. Then also Dangote is in the news. What is happening? Dangote is telling detergent manufacturers, we will get your back. You don't need to go anywhere. Then hey, the MPC rate is down. From the last MPC meeting that happened yesterday, the MPC rate is down. Is it as fast as we want it? But at least it's a movement to the right direction, yes. We have a lot that we'll be talking about. NAFDAC is also coming to warn us on a specific particular product. So hey, don't go anywhere. We have to be here and we will talk. Agriculture is still here. What is happening with weavers and palm oil? A whole lot. We will talk on SBL today. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and I have the privilege to also tell you that the knight himself is here. So hey, the table is loaded. Olumide, good morning.
Good morning, SOUQ, John Rogers. Good morning. Welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. Let's get talking.
Let's get talking. Also, the lawyer will be joining us. Toby will be joining us via Zoom. Not too far from the studio, but far from where we are right now. He will be joining us via Zoom. So, Toby, when you get to hook up, good morning and welcome. Toby, how are you doing?
Yes, good morning, SOUQ, Mr. Olumide, good morning, Lagos and Nigeria. Of course, this is where we discuss issues pertaining to Nigeria. Good to be here.
Yeah, you're welcome, Toby. Yes, so let's get straight to the first story for today. Now, Nigeria has defeated an European tech firm in a 6.2 million arbitration case that we initiated. Now, Nigeria has secured another international arbitration victory after a tribunal dismissed claims by European Dynamics UK Limited in a dispute over a national e-procurement project. The Bureau of Public Procurement handled the case, which involved potential financial exposure estimated at over $6.2 million. That's about 9.3 billion naira in claimed payment and damages. Now, in the final ruling, not subject to appeal, very important, not subject to appeal, the tribunal rejected the contractor's claims in their entirety, complete renown. Attorney General Lateef Fagbemi said the outcome shows it is no longer business as usual in protecting public funds. The Director General of BPP described the decision as a strong signal of Nigeria's commitment to due process and accountability in public procurement. The Director General of BPP is one person that has stood out and said, hey, when it comes to government money and concerns us, we will pursue it and we'll follow it logically. Unlike what we used to see before, where people get into government, sign things on behalf of government, and it's personal. What do you see changing?
Well, in as much as I would like to say congratulations to Nigeria, winning an arbitration doesn't fix the problem. There's still an underlying problem. Nigeria still needs a working e-procurement, platform.
Okay.
So how do we fix that? Is the major thing we should now look at. What are the mechanisms that we put in place to ensure we don't find ourselves in this situation again?
Okay.
So I think that's where we should go from here. Yes, congratulations. This is a long fight that has been, it's not this year we started this arbitration process and all that, but it's quite interesting that, yes, where some people say the courts is not the last hope for the common man, well, this is not even the common man's story. But the court has given its judgment, and this is why I love the rule of law. This is why I love, So, but then again, like I said, the underlying problem, we need to fix it.
We need to fix it, having a direct platform for e-procurement. But now, let's track back. We had the Halliburton issue. We had some other major issues that had to do with the e-passport. We had that of...
some Nigerians were...
Yes,
directly involved. What happened?
In all these cases, we see people that were not representing the country. A lot of those signatures that were signed they were representing their personal self. We even had the other case that was trashed in the UK barely 2 years ago, not up to 2 years ago. Just payments made by international companies to individuals, and they sold out our country. And this has been on repeat.
That's why I said that's the underlying factor we need to fix. Because in as much as we are winning this, those signatures, whose names? How do we go after those names?
Good.
That's where we should now face. And okay, fine, we have sorted out this in court. Now, it's just like when you go out with your father and someone reports you, your father will defend you. But when you now get home, you will get the short end of the stick.
You get the short...
So that is where we should now go. Who are these people who sold us out?
Okay.
Because even the Halliburton...
Who has been selling us out?
Okay. Even the Halliburton, names were mentioned. Big names.
Names in government.
Names in government.
Corridors of power.
Corridors of power. What has happened? And it almost seems like these people know that at the end of the day, nothing is going to happen. UAE gave out, even if it's unrelated, UAE gave out names of terrorist financiers. What did we do about it? Even the United States has dropped some names. What are we doing about it?
Okay. While we look at what we are doing about it, Toby, I'm coming to you, the lawyer in the house. We need you to, give us your insight on, first, the story itself. Then for people that over time, or even not too far away, have signed off and put their signature on behalf of the country, but a lot of this were on personal grounds. What should we as a people be doing right now?
Well, for me, I think it's a big win when you have to win international law cases or law matters. So we've had deliberations. I've seen Mr. Olumide talk about what we need to do, what we did not do right. But for me, I think let's first focus on the fact that we just won a major case that, of course, that could have put the country in some sort of deficit when it comes to some amount of money. So the issue still goes back to compliance and framework, structured framework. And we've shown the world that regardless of whatever bottlenecks you have in any administration when it comes to projects or projects like this procurement stuff, there would always be a room for improvement. And that's what we've just seen. Kudos to the legal team that stood their grounds for Nigeria, because at the end of the day, if we had lost this case, it would just, of course, open us more to uncertainties when with regards to international discussions. There's no country you go to that does not have or does not face issues like this. You understand what I'm saying? So on the subject matter, you need to look at the importance of the fact that, of course, the tribunal dismissed the claims on the level of the entire point of the matter, and then ruling the final decisions that the e-procurement whatsoever is there's a defense. There's a defense to it. You understand? There's a defense to it. There's a reason for this happening. So for me, I think we should first look at, let's celebrate this, other than creating what should have been done, what should have been done, or what we did not do right. When an issue like this arises in international space, and we have to defend matters like this, for arbitration cases, for financial cases, they're very technical. You understand? Because when you talk about finance situations like this, you're talking about transparency. You're talking about situations where accountability and all of that. And in this situation, we've just shown the world that we can be accountable. We can have investors come in with their monies and do business with us, and would of course not cheat them, because we know we have a tag as Nigerians that we are this and that. I'm not going to say this on air, but on this particular matter, we won. Let's focus on the fact that we just won an international arbitration case. So that's just my submission.
Okay, why we focus on this?
Celebrate.
You said?
So how long are we going to celebrate?
Till we win the next one. Till we win the next one. As we
on the question of how long are we going to celebrate, you only celebrate situations that or cases like this that just sprung up. It shows that there's an administration that is open to feedback, open to getting better. Ordinarily, these are cases that would have been swept under the rug, in previous administrations. But these are shown, and again, this is not a local matter. This is an international case that we actually just won. A lot of times we don't like to celebrate these things for long, because we are so used to the fact that, after celebrating, what next? What next means that let us keep the same process that we just won, and then you see that we just keep moving forward. So that's just basically it.
Okay, we want to say congratulations to us, but we want to say thank you very much to the DG, the Director General of BPP, that's Dr. Adebowale Adedokun, for taking this up and not just letting it slide. And to every other procurement issue that has to go through his table or through his agency, we are looking forward to this scrutiny. We're looking forward to this particular example that he has put out there to also be copied across all ministries and other government agencies. It doesn't matter how small or how big. We should never have the case of Halliburton happen to us again, or the case of the Nigerian lady that decided to sell us short thanks to British pound. We should not have that happen to us anymore, because we don't even have the FX enough to cater for the budget, talk much of wasting the ones that we have. So congratulations to BPE and what is happening. Now let's get straight to the CBN and the MPC meeting. That happened yesterday, and CBN has cut the benchmark interest rate to 26.5 from 27. But now they retain other key ratios. Nigeria Central Bank has reduced its benchmark interest rate to 26.5%, marking a cautious shift after months of aggressive monetary tightening. At the 304th meeting on Tuesday, February 24th, 2026, the Monetary Policy Committee cut the monetary policy rate by 50 basis points
from 27%. Now, this decision signals a measured pivot as policymakers assess the impact of earlier hikes on inflation and on growth. While the NPR was lowered, other parameters were retained. The cash reserve ratio remained at 45% for commercial banks and 16% for merchant banks. The liquidity ratio stayed at 30%, while the standing facility corridor remains at plus 50 #1 450 basis points around the NPR. The move is expected to ease borrowing costs moderately while maintaining tight liquidity to curb inflation. For now, in the last almost 1.5 years, inflation is gradually trickling down, and that percentage is falling. A lot of people were looking forward to being able to see the MPC rate go down to as low as 25, but hey, I think they are being cautious. From 27 to 26.5.
Still fair.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, people are looking forward to the era when we'll get to single digits. But this is where we are right now.
That's a far cry from now. Maybe by the end of the year.
In 10 months, that would be a miracle.
Aren't you optimistic with the reform that is going on? Yes, I think so. And, not a shade. Politicians right now, they are like Father Christmas because of what's happening next year. So
because of elections?
They are willing to perform magic. So I'm relying on that magic that the politicians will perform this year. So, but then again, we all have to be optimistic. I mean, if others are projecting the dollar or the naira to appreciate, we should also be looking at this.
The naira is appreciating. Yes. We're just looking at the projections to what rate, what percent are the projections going to hit. But as of the process itself, that is taking place.
Even that projection might be stifled with what would happen later this year or during the elections. But I'm just trying to be optimistic. But then again, I'm looking at a situation where we will get to single digits. It's a far cry from here. It's a long shot. It's not a wild goose chase. It can happen.
It's a possibility.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I need to come to you on this, Toby. If we are saying that sometime very soon, because it's happening already, though in the background, elections, it's next year, but campaigns have started. Monies will come into the society from left, right, center. What should the CBN be doing right now to make sure that the tightening of every single means of keeping the naira stable doesn't go off rail?
Well, it's the same effect. It's a financial discipline. Through entering into the year, we realized that the banking system, they've made, at the close of last year, they had some good wins. That's also shifted into the new year. Some policies have been put in place. We've been seeing more of CBN's rollout and discussions around the financial sector. So first things first, they need to maintain that discipline. The discipline that's put them out. We saw their figures when they're talking about the revenue and the interest and all of that. So they need to tighten more. They need to put more policies that, of course, protects the interest of the Nigerian economy at large when it comes to money's coming and money's going out. Because this is a period where you see a lot of, should I use the word trafficking? People want to really put in their money. If you are conversant with anti-money laundering laws and processes, you realize that this is the period of this is a season where you see a lot of international monies coming in, and both in cryptos, both in hard currencies and the rest. So this is when the CBN needs to come out, look at the bottlenecks, look at the areas where they can, of course, tighten certain effects that can play out during the election that can also affect what we're looking at for our naira in terms of strengthening the naira and all of that. So it's not just even about the naira as well, to the economy generally, because at the end of the day, money is just an exchange material. So other areas that, of course, can be used aside from naira to have an effect. I mean, we saw what happened during the EndSARS. where we had the young ones collect financial materials through cryptos and coins and all of those things, international trading coin and all of that, and we could not even trace these things. And at some point, we're talking about people, of course, being supported, or there's terrorism was supported through this means or this medium. So this is the time when, of course, financial discipline must be put in place in helping to, of course, ease borrowing costs, to slightly not trigger excess liquidity. Because a lot of times, so this period, you see a lot of people not having access to money, and then they have to, of course, go borrow to do certain things. And this is also a back effect of financial indiscipline. So as long as the CBN can maintain that discipline that they've had from the close of last year into the new year, then I don't think the election period would have an effect. And then, of course, when we talk about discipline, we're talking about transparency, because they are also like a stakeholder, or that they also play a very big role within the Nigerian space, and especially this period, because like you said, money will go, money will come in. So this is when they need to be as transparent as possible. They need to come in to the system with clean hands and do internal auditing with or amongst their officers, because again, if you're not disciplined inside, then your output, of course, will not be disciplined enough to carry out the magnitude of the season, the effect or the magnitude of the effect of the season with regards to cash in, cash out with elections. So that's basically my submission.
Okay, Toby is he's more concerned about discipline, not just outside but within, and transparency. And he's also saying the CBN should do more. What they've been doing, they should continue. But now let's look at it from this angle. Politics and monies is majorly going to stay away from the banking system. So it's going to be out there, not within the banking system, but put pressure on the banking system. Either they are trying to get a whole lot, they have a large amount of naira trying to get the dollar, or they have a large amount of dollar trying to get the naira. And who most likely channels are either the black market or crypto. So if you're Cardoso right now, if you're his counterpart in the Ministry of Finance, what will you be doing?
I think one of the things, you mentioned the black market. They are already registered. So I think that part has been taken care of. Just monitoring now to ensure that these guys don't start a monopoly when they decide to do, or when the election comes, because, of course, the black market, and as much as the what dollar is selling in the bank and the bureau de change is relatively almost the same thing. I think that would also suffice. It's only when the black market is maybe 500 naira difference than what is being sold at the banks. Even though, yes, most people like to patronize the BDCs and all that, but now that they are registered and now that they have a limit to what they can request for, I think the CBN has tried in that era. It's just now to now monitor their cash flow, because whether you like it or not, these people, they have people under them. So one person can have about 5 people under him who all, remit to him, and he disbursed, they remit back to him and all that. So he will just be the face, but there are other people, under him and all that. But for the CBN, what I would just like them to do is to ensure that this coming election is well monitored. They put mechanisms in place, they put a system in place to make sure we don't run into inflation.
No bullion vans moving anywhere.
For bullion vans, I think the EFCC should take care of that. The EFCC also have to be, so now this is where, and now with the NRS tracking system, I think we should be able to take care of that if what we are being told is actually what we are being told, or is actually what is going to be disbursed. It's not what is just on document. If truly my accounts will be monitored, inflows, outflows will be monitored, we should be able to track all this. But then again, we know that these politicians, they don't do transfers. It's raw cash, liquid cash. Some of them already have this cash. I remember 2023 election, the EFCC came out to say one governor had over $1 billion about buried in his house, long before the election. So these politicians, they are really smart. And now they've even taken it a top notch. They don't even use the naira. So it's barely traceable.
So the EFCC, they have a whole lot of work cut out for them this period.
Cut out for them. The CBN have a whole lot of work, cut out for them. And if truly, by going by Dangote's projection, we can crash the dollar.
Okay. We look forward to having a very stable economy. If the Naira continues in this particular light and is stable, it's good for us. It's very good for business. Still talking about money, let's talk about bank recapitalization. Now, how much has the bank raised? After, before, and as we speak. Now, banks have raised 4.05 trillion, now ahead of the 2026 recapitalization deadline. Now, this particular 4.5 trillion in verified and approved capital ahead of the March 31st to be specific, March 31st, 2026 recapitalization deadline set by the Central Bank of Nigeria. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso disclosed the figure on Tuesday during the Monetary Policy Committee briefing in Abuja. He said that as of February 19, 2026, total verified and approved capital raised stood at 4.05 trillion. The amount is nearly double the 2.4 trillion reported as of April 2025. Of the total, 2.9 trillion represented 71.6%, was mobilized domestically, while 1.15 trillion or 28.33% came from outside the country. Okay, good. Now we are looking at 4-point-something trillion raised from recapitalization. Are we on the right track, or we should ask for more? Should we just go by the way of Oliver Twist?
We can ask for more. This is also stronger balance sheets. I mean, more resilience and capacity to fund the economy, more confidence in the hands of the depositors. That's a good signal to the market. We can ask for more because whether we like it or not, we are aiming for a $1 trillion economy. So which means for us to get to that level, the financial institutions have to be rock solid. And not just rock solid, be able to fund, that's the major thing, fund the economy. When I say fund the economy, the businesses. It's good that these banks have good capitalization. They have this amount, 25 billion, this. But what about the people? Because if you have so much money, and the people who want to do business and grow and increase purchasing power, the buying power of the Nigerian citizen, if you are not funding that. I mean, so when I hear bank CEOs, raking in so much money, going on with billions of naira, I'm like, okay, so how has that impacted the economy? If one particular CEO is declaring, or a particular bank is declaring profits for its investors and all that, what about the people who you're supposed, to breathe life into? What's going to happen to them? Because if they don't have money, how would they deposit money? And it's their money you're using to do business.
Okay, as we speak, you always remember, I won't get tired of saying it, over 94% of the cash is not in the banking system.
Well, Doc said it's in the 2,000, 3,000.
We are looking forward to having a very robust manufacturing sector, another service and allied industries. Yes. And it's the bank that has to fund the small, the medium, even the micro entrepreneurs and all this. And we need to see banks really do this because that is their core mandate.
I've always said this. I wish I stumbled on so much money, or maybe my great-grandfather willed me so much money. I would go into manufacturing. This country is so ripe for it.
Do us a favor.
Yes.
Pray that your child or your grandchild don't repeat what you just said. So we will work towards that and so that the next generation will repeat it.
Manufacturing is the way in this country.
Okay, I agree.
And it's so sad. Why I'm saying stumbling in so much money, because I can go to the bank and say I have this idea. I remember those days when you go to the bank and tell them you want to buy a car and your loan is approved fast.
Yeah.
Then you come in to say you have a business with no capital, nothing.
Liability.
No liability. So that's why I said I wish I had individual money or investors who believe in me Investors.
You never can tell. There are always angel investors out
because there's so much you can do. Value chain. You can go into value chain. Palm oil. We talk about palm oil.
We are going there.
We talk about cashew. We talk about cocoa. Turning it into chocolate. Imagine us having our locally made chocolate, selling in schools and everywhere.
Okay.
There's so much we can do in manufacturing.
So much. Toby, we need to get to you before we go on break. The banks are coming up on recapitalization. Total get so far is a little bit above 4 trillion. We're asking ourselves this big question. If we're looking forward to a $1 trillion economy, should we be asking for more?
So first things first, we need to take things slowly. The fact that it's working does not mean we should mount pressure. This figure nearly doubles the 2.4 trillion naira that we talked about last year. Of course, this has shown that there's a lot of strength with. We can see strength in the domestic and local banking structure. Again, it's just recapitalization is not optional. It's a regulational. It's a regulational, what do you call it, situation that must happen, just to keep the banking system up to date and to also open room for easier access to loans and the rest. Mr. Olumide was saying things like, manufacturers. Trust me, banks actually have, they've opened their hands to giving out loans, soft loans to small and medium scale businesses, and of course to people that are looking to go into this business. We all know that manufacturing alone on its own is a different ballgame. There are so many things that actually affect the manufacturing industry, and it comes from the top, where we are talking about the decency towards what you manufacture, access to raw produce or products for you to be able to even manufacture. It's a whole lot of let's not even go there. So, but in the area of the banking, this is a good one. But again, I just hope we are not at the expense of the consumers celebrating a process that looks all good, and yet the Nigerians who are here domestically are the ones suffering the happy and jolly numbers that we're seeing right now. But 71.6% shows long-term investment initiative in the system.
Okay, then let's also drum this into the ears of both CBN and the banks. We have over 94% of the monies out there. So let's find policies and creative means of getting people to get banked. That will go a very long way to also boosting our recapitalization drive and also giving us mega banks. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, SBL will be right back. But before then, remember, go on all social media platforms, all of it, X, Facebook, TikTok, and follow us. We are not difficult to find. It's SOUQ News Television. Like, follow, share, drop your comments, and we will have that interaction. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. Talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Welcome back. This is still SBL, and we are live. My name is Chooks, and Olubide is still here. Don't go anywhere. Now let's begin with good news. NNPC. Yes. NNPC is going to begin exporting Carlton crude in March. Just next month. Next week, to be precise. Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited will commence export of a new light sweet crude grade known as the Carlton from March 2026. According to media house, not our side, NNPC spokesperson confirmed the development. Now, this is describing it as part of efforts to ramp up output and consolidate Nigeria's recent recovery in crude oil production. The introduction of the Carlton grade aligns with Nigeria's broader strategy to boost production after years of setback linked to pipeline vandalism, crude theft, and unrest in oil-producing regions. Officials say expanding crude streams could strengthen export earnings and support the country's fiscal position. To us, this is good news. To us, this is what we want to hear and what we want to see. So, hey, buy your jewelry, thumbs up. But now let's get to see how many are we pushing out from this particular new brand.
Well, it's a good one, potentially higher value, price as well, export diversity and market viability. But let's get down to the facts. Yes, anytime I hear NNPC, first of all, I believe NNPC should not even, but that's another story. Let's not diverge. They have introduced a metering system.
Yes.
That should be put in place now.
Yes, it's being put in place in Eket already.
So before we start the export of Carlton, let that metering system be put in place. We know ourselves. Sabotage, bunkering, and all that. Underreporting. And that was why the metering system was brought in place. So surveillance also. Maintenance culture. It's not for us to start this thing and in 3 to 6 months, we don't. Remember when we heard Port Harcourt was doling out something? They even said it was not even, it was a blending plant or a mixing plant. We were hearing stories. Then again, we didn't hear anything. In less than 3 months, all that happened. So it's a good one, more diversity into revenue streams and all that, even though OPEC politics might also want to complicate that. But let's get it right from the beginning. Experience is the best teacher. We have gotten that experience, even though we have not learned for it. But let's now put all that experience into work. Metering, maintenance, monitoring. Put the right people there. Don't under-declare. And I think that's a good thing when the Executive Order 9 was issued, that all revenue streams should be directed to one TSA and all that. Very good move. But I was asking the doctor again yesterday, that how, even though, yes, you're saying everybody should remit, how do you know if they are remitting the actual amount or not? Because now, it now boils down on morality.
Audit, that's why we have audits.
And doctor also said that it's a shame that we get to audit 3 years report, 3 years this. So it's, I mean, we're doing, is it post-mortem we're doing? I don't even know what we're doing. We are still trying to sort out 2023 people, contracts and all that before we now say, okay, April, let's now start 2026. So it's a good move. It would bring more revenue if we to get it right. And I think more players should be brought into it, in as much as it's NNPC. Let's bring in more players so that, yes, it would also bring more FX into the country. Yes, no doubt. But let's put everything in place. Let's avoid vandalism. Let's avoid theft, under-declaring, all that.
Now you're not talking to government, you're talking to us, you're talking to Nigerians. Toby, I'm coming to you now. Now we have the Bonny Light, which happens to be the top on the shelf, cost-wise, quality-wise, least sulfur content. And now we're having Carlton again, which also happens to be good and up there. You see how blessed Nigeria is. And Olumide is of the mind that, hey, let's from the start be able to drop metering on all flow stations and make sure that we know how much of a quantity we are bringing out, and we'll stop this discrepancy when it comes to data, numbers, and what we are producing. But right now, as we speak, let's look for means of going forward. What will your advice be to NNPC on this particular new brand that is going to the market? Should it be open to everybody? Should we start seeing direct metering on all flow stations with immediate effect? What will your advice be?
I like the angle where Mr. Olumide, of course, addressed the situation. We know this is, first things first, it's good to diversify, and this of course is showing the resilience that we have in the petroleum industry. As a whole, it's good to know that we have something new that we can bring into the market, export and all of that, of course, to affect the economy positively. But on the aspect of going straight away into the retail and wholesale system, I think starting in a smaller system works better, because again, we're not done with the structure, with what we have right now. So bringing a new one is good, right? It shows that we have more resources that we can enjoy from our country, but we need to start small when it comes to data, because data, of course, this is going to be a data-driven situation where you need to understand like I said, the metering, the cost, the cost of production, cost of the end cost for the final consumers. So there's a lot of data to be put into this. So it's better you start your selling, your production from a smaller bit, where you can, of course, you have enough wings and you have enough monitoring to do, because you're talking about very strict adherence to environmental laws, to export laws and production laws, and you don't want to in any way, of course, breach any of these laws, because that's going to be creating deficits from the very beginning of this particular new discovery. I'll put it in that way. So starting small is very key, again, because we lack the capacity for data management as a whole, as a country, as we've seen in different industries and sectors of the country. So again, starting small is the way forward, like Mr. Olumide said. And that way we can then expand our capacity as we keep going.
Okay, expanding our capacity as we keep going. To NNPC, yes, we won't stop saying congratulations because we are going to hold you accountable. To the oil fields that are drilling Carlton, congratulations. And to everyone that's going to be part of this, remember, Nigeria first. That's what we always say, Nigeria first. We are trying to add more and hit our 1.8 targets in the budget. And if possible, do way more than that because Dangote, Boa, and the other smaller ones are coming upstream. Dangote is upstream already. And we have to try our best possible to give them the feedstock and not wait and just watch them get from outside the country. That it's a good way to go. Now let's go and do some market keeping as it concerns public service enlightenment, public service announcement. NAFDAC is up and NAFDAC is warning, direct warning. So please pay attention. NAFDAC is warning about a falsified dustiness, that's 0.5 mg, is in circulation. And this is coming from the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC. They are warning healthcare providers, patients, and the public about falsified versions of dustiness, 0.5 mg tablets circulating in Nigeria. The agency issued the alert in a public notice after Pfizer Nigeria Limited, the product marketing authorization holder, confirmed the discovery of the counterfeit badge in the market. NAFDAC said unregistered and parallel imported medicine pose serious public health risk, including treatment failure and potential adverse reactions. The agency urged distributors, pharmacists, and healthcare facilities to source medicine only from authorized suppliers and to report suspected counterfeit products through its pharmacovigilance channel for immediate investigation and enforcement actions. Remember, dustiness, 0.5 mg. This is what is in the news right now, and everybody needs to shine their eye. We can't keep saying it. Once it's coming from NAFDAC, we have to drop the warning.
You know, it's quite interesting in a world where we're trying to find cures for fatal diseases. We're trying to find cure for cancer, HIV/AIDS, even though there's a prevention drug for that. We're trying to reduce malaria in Africa. We're trying to do so much, and we're still battling with counterfeit drugs. Sometimes I tend to agree with you that until we have a very strict measure for offenders, for people who are in this business, not necessarily the China way, but sometimes I feel maybe one or two scapegoats might deter others, because that in itself is murder. When you produce counterfeit drugs, you are killing people. It's bad enough that we're trying to, people pay through their nose. Drugs are quite expensive these days. We're trying to see how we can get more manufacturers in Nigeria produce these drugs locally. And doctor said it yesterday that when China was accused that, oh, why do you always produce? They said, no. People come to us with specifications that make this specification, and we do it for them. So it's bad enough that people travel to China and say, do this, and they bring it back here. Just yesterday, or just on Monday or Sunday, same NAFDAC discovered counterfeit cosmetics worth billions. Now, it shouldn't just stop there. We need to go after these people. We need to start going after them. Let's create some form of border collaboration, interagency relation directly from where it's coming from. And those even in this country, even the retailers. I think we need to start going out. Maybe if NAFDAC starts to lock up the shops of some of these retailers. Because then again, when you go to some of these retailers, and they give you two different prices, and you ask, and they will tell you, say, this one is from a particular country, and this one is this. Now, I have a pharmacist in my area, so whenever I go buy drugs, he gives me a prescription. and I tell him this is how much I have, he will now tell me, okay, I have some very good drugs, but they are not the names.
They are not branded.
That you know, but they are also very good. So, but we like those names. So I think that's what this unscrupulous element categorize on, the names. They put a sticker on it. Some of these drugs don't have NAFDAC number. And I mean, for every drug you buy, you have to start checking for the NAFDAC number, the this, the that. What is SON doing? Okay. What is SON doing?
When it has to do with drugs, food, is NAFDAC. So NAFDAC is telling us.
Yes, but SON can also maintain standards, quality control. Because we've seen when NAFDAC came out to say a particular baby food, a particular batch was recorded. What was done about that? Even in, I think it's in Kaduna now, they're saying this SMA Gold, particular batch. You know, so it's a whole lot. Yes, NAFDAC is doing a whole lot. But can they go to every retail shop, every warehouse in Nigeria? They need collaboration. That's why SON and the
collaboration with who?
With other agencies, SON, the rest of them.
What about with me, with you? If you see something, you say something.
Yes. If you see something, you say something. Now, we are in the habit of, when you see a fake drug, be like, no, I'm not buying that one, that one is fake. And we just keep quiet. We just want to buy this. In fact, these days, when you go to the supermarket or you go anywhere, you say, I want the original. That's the habit. That's what we've got into. I want the original. We don't just, but in other countries, you just go and ask for a prescription. You don't ask for the original. I beg, give me the original.
Okay, Toby, we are coming to you, and we want to see the legal side of it. What actions can NAFDAC take apart from discovering these issues, apart from public announcement? What action can NAFDAC as a body take, be it on the pharmacy shops or be it on who is importing, be it on who is even buying? What actions can NAFDAC take?
Counterfeit drugs in the pharmaceuticals and the medicals. Over the years, we've seen it's a chain of liability discussion because you're talking about liability that falls on the head of the distributors, the manufacturers, even, of course, the importers as well, the people that import the goods. So if they're going to start chasing everyone, it has always been a big deal, you know, for the law enforcement agencies or agents or officers when it comes to tracking down these people, because again, you can't just take away the retailers. If you take away the retailers, the product is still out there from someone else that is distributing. So if you take out the distributor, the goods, of course, are going to the hands of the wholesalers and retailers. So it's a whole big industry and gives a lot of headache to drug law enforcement agencies. So again, like Mr. Olumide mentioned, we need to go past this idea of just NAFDAC numbers. And that's where the manufacturing bottlenecks have always been introduced. You know, we see a lot of companies struggle with their products because it can be recreated by someone else. When Mr. Olumide was talking earlier on about manufacturing, he would love to go to the manufacturing industry. I laughed because, again, that's one industry that before you can talk about manufacturing, you must talk about the trust deficit that we have in our society. We've allowed too many people get away with so many things. You go to areas like the Lagos Island, inside the environment, or Ikorodu, where you see a lot of over a few months, we've seen a lot of cases coming up from that environment for fake goods, counterfeit products. Why? Because it's still a societal issue that we must all come together to work and to either expose these people, and then when they're exposed and they are being passed on to the enforcement or the law agencies, what do they do from there? Do you just take them, arraign them, and then release them again? So it's a whole issue that we've not been able to fully resolve. But if I'm going to give an advice, of course, to the drug law enforcement agencies, my advice would be simple as short as this: whenever you have information with regards to counterfeit products like this, you just don't go there and start making a whole lot of chaos. Investigative, processes must be put in place. You must know how these products are being produced, are being the channel, of course, of how the channel of the distribution as well. Because again, if you don't stop the people that are manufacturing or the way it's being imported into the country, if it's a product that is, of course, that's been shipped from outside the country, if you don't stop this channel, if you don't then arrest the people that you can actually arrest, then there's no way forward. Again, we've seen times without numbers where retailers or wholesalers have been arrested, but yet the products still keep coming in. Why? Because they've not been able to do an investigative put out an investigative procedure that captures a full scope of these activities. That's why, again, if you go to you go into the streets, you go to a kiosk or a pharmacy where they sell these products, and you close down the place. It does not stop the next pharmacy in another area to keep selling that product because it's been distributed. And again, if you stop the distribution, you also need to stop the importers. So the liability falls on different people in this sector. So you must do an investigation first before you go out for the retailers and the wholesalers first. Because a lot of times we've seen that they just go out, they destroy the goods in the warehouse, and that's it. No, you need to, of course, do an investigation. Watch and track how these products are being distributed to them, where the countries where these products are coming from, and put strict measures when you have people coming in from those countries into the country. So these are just few of the advice that I will give, of course, the agencies. You must look at the channel and do proper investigation. You look at some of these European countries. They have dedicated media stations that do like a production work on situations like this. How the drug was being imported from this particular country, who cleared the drugs from this particular port, who are the distributors, how did they go about distributing these goods, who are the people that collect these goods, and at the end of the day, you look at who are the people that are consuming these goods. So, for example, you have an environment, so it's down to research, investigation, and then of course survey. You have more, for example, a counterfeit product that's being sold at a very high volume in an environment. Who are people consuming it? Are these young people within the age of 18 to 20, within the age of 0 to 6 months? Then you can do your investigation with this information, of course, and then before you go out, you go out capturing people or arresting or closing down shops. So my advice is first understand the process before you can then go ahead saying you are arresting people or you are destroying warehouses and the rest. If not, we'll just keep going. We've been on this NAFDAC issue with counterfeits for as long as I was born. Why we've not been able to resolve it? In short, it is in high proportion now because we've not been able to do anything. And these people or these operators or these stakeholders, they know that at the worst that you would do is you would bust into our warehouse and then seize the goods. You would arraign us or you capture us, take us to the police station, we bail ourselves and we go back again. Because why? They still have access to the distributors. They have access to their, should I use the word plug, people that would, of course, bring in the goods, and they know where they get the goods from. So when you put first international policies that restrains or that puts a monitoring structure on how these goods are being brought in, if that, of course, they're brought into the country, and then you put in strict policies on their distribution and channels, then you see that we'll be able to cope, of course, this whole issue. Now, you're talking about drugs. I want to talk about as little as bottled water. We're seeing counterfeits in this area. So, only mentioned something like a seal on product and the rest. Trust me, these people are so advanced that they will make the seal, and they will put their serial numbers in the seal. So it's a whole lot of work. Like I said, the liability falls on different people. If you catch this person and you close down this particular sector, it does not stop the fact that this other sector still has access to the society, to the market. So it's a full chain of liability. And if I'm going to advise, I would go back to what I said earlier. You must understand and investigate their process, and then that's how you can go about, containing this.
Okay, thank you very much, Toby. He is of a major view that investigation and understanding the process is key. That way, we will not just kill the snake from the tail, we'll kill the snake from the head.
When I was in Ibadan, your state, I don't know whether it's still done now. Health inspectors used to go to pharmacies and inspect their drugs. I don't know how effective that is. This was years
and
back.
that was local government's job.
Thank you very much. You are very correct. I don't know how effective that is.
If they are still there, not just if, are they still there? That way, every chemist, let's even start from the chemist down to the pharmacy shops, they know that somebody is coming here on the regular to make sure that I don't stock fake or substandard drugs.
I think we need to bring back that culture. I also know that NAFDAC sometimes they give out daily reports of goods or products that have been banned on their website. I think we need to do more of that. Let's have it monthly, so I can go on the NAFDAC website and I check for things that have been banned, counterfeit, things that don't meet standards. They need to start doing quality control, even existing products, to ensure that it is quality. Because people have always talked about this particular paracetamol that was very active in the 80s, 90s, and now it is no more active. Doctor said that his friend traveled, wanted to get a particular drug, a paracetamol drug, and the person, okay, it was even a battery, yes, a popular battery in Nigeria. He requested for it abroad, and the person, and he said, no, I don't want this, this is fake. And he said, I'll give you this, and use it for 1 year. And he did, used it for 1 year. But because we are used to that particular brand, as it has been tagged fake, other imported ones, that is where we are at right now. So even existing drugs, there should be quality control, ensure it's keeping up to standard. Paracetamol drugs now, especially drugs for headaches, they are not as effective. Before, it's just one tablet. Now you're taking 3, 4. We're doing self-medications and all that.
And also, we need to look at our local herbs. They have a whole lot of solutions. For those that are wondering, dustiness is not just a drug. Dustiness is one of those drugs taken by people that have issues with pressure, high blood pressure, and all that. And it's something that we should not hear it's having this kind of stories, this kind of negative stories around them. It's not acceptable by us. NAFDAC, thank you, but we'll still keep doing our own side and pushing the narrative and getting Nigeria and that particular sector cleaned up. Now let's get to what's happening, economic growth. From medicine, from drugs, from food, from NAFDAC, let's get to infrastructure, building, housing deficit. Now, there is a suggestion that 21 billion remittance, somebody's asking, can we bridge housing deficit? Now, real estate investor, Tayo Oyerepo, he is saying that Nigeria's annual diaspora remittance, estimated at about $21 billion, could significantly reduce the country's housing deficit if, this is where it makes more sense, if channeled through structured investment platforms. He spoke on Saturday in Lagos during the 10th anniversary celebration of the company. Now, the property developer stressed that Nigeria must deliberately position itself to attract diaspora funds. Note, position itself to attract diaspora funds into productive sectors, not the money coming to Chinedu that is part of this. Now, particularly housing development. Now, he argued that with transparent framework, secure land titles, and credible financing models, remittance inflows could be converted into large-scale residential projects. He noted that the strategic planning would not only ease the housing gap, but also stimulate jobs and long-term economic growth. Now, looking at the amount of monies that's coming to Nigeria from outside the country, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers sending monies home, either for business or for personal use. He's of the opinion that if we can package good real estate business, authentic real estate business, we've seen a whole lot of issue come out from that particular sector in a very long time. We've seen cries, we've seen counter cries, claims and counter claims. But he said, okay, if we can have real business package for those outside Nigeria, a lot of the remittance can be put in good use, or more people even want to invest through that particular means. See the positive.
Yes, there's a whole, when you talk about diaspora remittances towards real estate, it's already in play. If, for instance, now Tolu is working 3 jobs abroad, he knows that that money, often he spends all that money there. taxes and the rest of them. So if he's able to save up maybe $1,000 every month, send it back home, $2,000, send it back home. Mommy, please help me secure a house or a land, and he starts to build. Now, because some of them are not familiar with the terrain or where they are going into, they are being sold this plan of a developing estate somewhere in the bush that does not have accessible road, and you end up buying somewhere in the middle of nowhere. But okay, it's fine. Let me just buy it. It would appreciate. And maybe a couple of years, nothing. That's even if you don't sell to Omonile. That's the land grabbers. They are also in this terrain. In fact, a whole lot of them are in this terrain. We've seen cases. We've even seen celebrities come out to talk about how Omonile has taken their land, as this. Then you also have to ensure that what you are buying has governor's consents.
And C of O.
And C of O.
Okay.
Which has been a major issue. Now, I like what Lagos State has done, the new tenancy law, the new the laws they've put in place for all this. It's great. It should sieve out a whole lot of bad eggs, even for agents, housing agents, real estate agents who, collect a whole lot. Now it has been reduced to 10%. No matter what you're selling, 10% is what you're getting. That is also good. And I like the fact that they have also gone further to ensure that real estate agents register. That's also good.
With the state.
With the state. But how do we take care of overpricing? There's this particular influencer that is always on social media. What he does is he takes a particular building that's been overpriced and compares that same amount to what you will get abroad. And it's mind-blowing. What we call luxury apartments in Nigeria is not actually luxury apartments. It's just POP, tiles, marble, and that. And a small 4x4 swimming pool. That's what we call luxury. So how do we tackle overpriced? Because these diasporas, they are the ones who fall victim of this. We are in Nigeria. We know the area where you get good electricity. You know the area where water is running. You know the area where, when the rain starts, it's a no-go area. But how many of these diasporans know all this? So they fall prey to these people. How do we tackle? In as much as, yes, we want to get a whole lot of remittances, which will definitely come, because a lot of people are now realizing that it's better if I throw money back, if I send money back home, it's more secure. Yes, it's my country, it's this, that. It's more secure than me giving out. Nigerians just have this thing of not liking to spend money outside. They like to spend it back at home. And it's a good thing. It's a very good thing. We are patriotic and that. But how do we also tackle that overpricing?
Okay.
If we're looking at diasporas, what about the people living in the country? There's also a house deficit for people living in the country. Now, if we can get accessible trains, people won't have to, people would leave Lagos and stay as far as Ibafor, Mowe, and the rest of that, Badagry. If we have good trains working, if I know that I can take a train, 45 minutes, I'm on the island. Why do I need to even take my car in the first place?
Okay. Facilities, amenities, and all that. Now, Toby, I hope you're still there because I'm coming to you. Olumide has taken us down the other lane. Now let's come to this other lane of positivities. If we are able to see good packages, good infrastructural packages when it comes to the real estate, do you see positivities when it comes to people outside this country investing in those particular positive ones?
I struggle with the words to start because I've rolled out at least nothing less than 6 to 7 articles on the real estate so far this year, and $21 billion remittance. These people are just looking at the figures. I'm going to be honest with you. Looking at the figures is like the truth. The real estate industry or sector in Nigeria is an oil well, right? That have been covered with a lot of makeups. We're not being honest ourselves. If you want international or the diasporans to invest in real estate in Nigeria, then you have to be very transparent and be very reasonable. The real estate market in Nigeria is not reasonable. About 2 years ago, we're talking about Ibadan. I had a lot of people go from Lagos, migrated to Ibadan just to afford, a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, and a room self-con. Why? Because Lagos, for example, became unnecessarily expensive, and now we are seeing what it's like now in Lagos as of 2026. And we're not talking about buying anymore. We're talking about even rentals. Ridiculous. So if you're looking at just the numbers, people, they would not come. Mr. Olumide was saying something about we've seen people in the diaspora cry, the diasporans cry, and talking about losing their money and all of that. Why? Again, you lose your money. Why? Because the market itself is porous. And why is the market porous? Because we've had too many players in the market for real estate that are not genuine. These are people that are trying to flip their money in 1 month of being done with the construction. You build a property for 150 million and you're doing 100% turnover on it. It's ridiculous. There's no way you go to in a working environment that you should, as the developer or as the owner of the property you're trying to sell, you should be jailed. So on the legal side of things, there are so many policies and laws that go against these things. We just have an enforcement issue. I have an article on that on LinkedIn where I said we don't have a law issue. We have weak enforcement procedures. So if you want people in the abroad that are Nigerians, of course, invest, or you want investors around the country, around the world to come and invest in real estate in Nigeria, then you have to first fix the issues that we have here in Nigeria. We have people, the Nigerians, we that live in Nigeria, we are still fighting tooth and nail to be able to even afford the basic housing structures that we have out there. And then the ones over there that would not invest, we just leave it there. Some time ago, when I was on this same table, we're talking about houses that are just vacant. You go to Abuja, for example, a lot of estates are there without anybody living in the estates. And you have come to talk to me about $21 billion remittance. Don't look at the money. You see, it's that money itself that they're looking at focusing on. You are not looking at how this actually affects. You're saying it does not in any way breach housing deficit. Because we're talking about housing deficit, we're talking about affordability. And a lot of houses out there are not even affordable. So how does this breach the housing deficit that we have? Because, oh my goodness, when we talk about housing deficit, we're talking about the houses that people can actually afford. We have tons of estates that are built on the premise of white POP, white paintings, luxury apartments that people cannot actually afford. And you're talking about Mushin 1.5 million, 2 million accommodation in Festac, and yet people can still not afford that. Come on, there's no bridge in here. This is just a number to put on the internet to, of course, attract people to come in. This is what you discussed in the conference. So we're talking about practicability. We're talking about what actually happens in the real estate industry and sector. This is just numbers.
Okay. Well, this is just numbers. Go ahead.
I want to give a bad experience we had.
Okay.
Now, because this is us being in Nigeria, not even talk of diasporans. I remember when my mom acquired a land. Now, we are familiar with this. It's a situation whereby you buy a land from the real owners and the children go back to sell that land. We're a victim of that. Fortunately, we got the land back. But the land that was now located to us, we now found that it's a swampy place. Not good for anything other than farming. Now imagine if it was a diaspora. It was because we were on ground, we were able to figure out that, oh, this land belongs to us, it has been sold. We had to track the people who sold this. We even thought it was just land grab or some scammer. We now found out it was the children. Took them to court, prayer and fasting, all that, before they were now given another land. And we now found out it's even in a swampy area. So do we now go back and say, oh, we need another land? That's another years of court. So this is for people even living in the country. What about people living outside? So it's like Toby said, it's just the numbers we're looking at. I went for one summit around the hotel, and we met some, I think, Chinese or Koreans. They are into fabricated houses. Beautiful, affordable. I was talking with the person, and they said that if you bring this into Nigeria now, government policies and all that will just kill the whole thing. Because I was like, this is a good business to go into, bring in fabricated houses and all that. It's easy to even assemble. They will just send it to you, and you assemble it. Affordable.
Can they make it here in Nigeria?
It can.
Okay. For those out there and for those in diaspora, don't get discouraged. We are looking at positivities. Like Toby said, let's clean the house. Let's drain the swamp. Then we'll be able to invite the big fish. Let's always see the good side of things. Now, for the bad players that are giving the good ones the bad name, we have this news for you. We'll do better. The industry cannot grow if the houses are not affordable. That is still what is on this table. We need affordable housing so that the people themselves can live in those houses, not like the ones he gave example in Abuja or those choice places on the island where those houses have been empty for well over 5, 6, some upwards to 10 years. There are estates like that. Government needs to do something about this. If we have a law whereby if your house is empty for more than 3 years, anybody can step into the place.
Well, Chooks.
That law exists in some countries.
It exists, but real estate itself is some form of insurance, something you fall back on.
Yes.
So sometimes
so
you
should be empty for 5 years.
Properties as an asset, basically.
For 5 years,
that you can build to your children, you can later sell. Some people just buy these houses to sell them in about 5 years.
Okay. Yeah, people can live there in the 5 years. So after the 5 years, you can
sell it. Exactly.
And whenever you want to sell it, but people should live there.
Well, I think you're speaking to the politicians. That's who Toby is. They are the ones who have houses in Abuja.
There are reasons for you to build. You understand? If you are making a building or a construction for a long-term insurance for reason, then between the we have markets where you don't have to build physically. You can put in your money, raw cash, and invest in housing businesses or structures of stock or shares that now cater for the real practical sense of housing processes. You should not build and leave it there for 7 years, 10 years, and then you're talking about housing deficit. No, you're talking about insurance. If you are going to insure your money with a property in Nigeria and you will not be here for the next 3 years, 2 years, or 5 years, then put the money in other housing or real estate shares or capital or whatever term you want, financial term you want to use for it, where your money then grows. We have mutual funds where you can put your money into, and then you get returns in 20%, in 90%, depending on which of the companies you put your money into. Not that you build it, but because that land itself can be used for other things, and then it's just there with the structure, with rooms, empty, vacant rooms, and they talk about insurance. No, that's the reason why we have this problem. That's the reason why the elites just feel like they can tie down their monies for a long time with a property that nobody can actually afford. If you go on, I'll not mention the website, where there's an housing website, you see a property listing or for rent for a year for about $31,000. Every now and then I check it, I try to see if it ever goes off the market. It's always there because nobody would actually afford it. And then you have so many like that. Do the calculation, $31,000 rather, in a year. Put that in Naira. How many people can actually afford that? Like this is a single room, not a single room, and you call it luxury. No. If you want to insure your money in the real estate, and that's why we have a lot of deficits, we have a lot of bottlenecks, it's chaotic in the real estate and in the housing market, because a lot of people just feel like they can put in the money, and this is where it's very dangerous. If we're asking the diasporans to come invest, let them understand that it's a long-term investment. And I like Mr. President for one thing that he has done so far with tax policies regarding to real estate. He's focusing more on the long term. We have people, the mindset of the real estate sector for a long time, for about 10 years now, has been you put in 100 million and then within 8 months, you see there, 8 to 10 months, 8 to 11 months, 8 to 13 months, you're going to get 18%, 22% return on investment. It's crazy. And this is why we see a lot of times that when they are done, it's either the market doesn't go well, it doesn't fly, and then you have a lot of court cases, so many issues around these things, because how many people can actually afford it? Let's be real to ourselves. Don't let the gimmicks of the entertainment industry and the shiny part and the jinglings in Lagos State, for example, get you all worked up. People can actually afford the accommodation. There are so many out there. And if we're looking at the numbers, we won't get there.
If you're talking about, let's even leave the private sector. What about all the properties that are being seized, that the government has seized? A former central bank governor, we saw the estate he has, or he was building in Abuja. Mm-hmm. Who is that going to get?
Well, they said they put those particular property on auction. We will find out who.
So someone else is just going to buy all that property, and what happens? Why not opening up to the public?
They said it was open to the public.
What about
I'm
all
saying
the
they
properties?
said. So right now we need to see the lot numbers,
yes,
the allocation papers and all that. So we will investigate and be able to say this and that.
Let's look into that, because EFCC has been seizing properties. There's Yanni, this, that. What happens? So you're just going to sell it to a particular person and who will leave that place empty for the next 10 years again? We're back to the system.
That's the issue. So when you leave it open for someone else to buy, you are talking about a property that is worth over 200 or 20, let's say 13 point something billion. I know one just right around the corner here, going for about 16 billion naira. How many people can actually afford it? If the government should seize, or these are properties that of course come under forfeiture at some point, when maybe after an EFCC case, and the government puts a leg on it. It's a responsibility of the government to look at how does this go back to benefiting the common man, because at the end of the day, the reason why you are putting a forfeiture or there's a forfeiture case or process on this particular property is because it is deemed fit that this person has stolen from the public fund one way or the other. So why not roll it back to the public? And you're waiting for someone else, an individual, to come and buy it. It's still the same mentality. We're just rolling it all over. You take from the private owners or a private person that works in the public sector, and then you hold it back to look for someone else that can afford it. No. We're just going in cycles. If you see such a property and you have it in your custody, make sure that you roll it back to the public. A property, like I said earlier, just around the corner here, has over 80 rooms, just laying waste there. And you're saying you're waiting for one person to come and buy one company to come and buy it or purchase it. No, you can literally just put it out there for public consumption. For example, you renovate it and then give it out to the average Lagosian that can actually that earns about 500 to 1 million monthly to take the place off. But yet it will be there for the next 10 years again. Waste, the materials will go to waste. More destruction will happen because, of course, vandalism comes into play when a property is vacant like that. And then you're coming to come and talk. You're not making any solution to this. You're making more problem. You're creating more problem. And this is where the government is supposed to step in to create solutions. So when there's a forfeiture of a property, it is deemed most times when things like this happen, it's more like someone has stolen, of course, from the public. You give back to the public, not that you give it back again to a private person.
Okay, thank you very much, Toby. We are looking at what is going to happen in the future. I want to see this kind of template being applied in the future when it comes to properties that have been forfeited. One way or the other, we want to see, just like Toby and you are saying, let's see it go to the public. Yes. Government can see that. Now, our time is up, but let's tell you this piece of story. Dangote Refinery, they are eyeing $85.6 billion African detergent chemical market. Yes. So it's not just about PMS, it's not just about diesel, it's not just about Jet A1, it's not just about cement. The Dangote Refinery is also looking at being able to supply chemicals to detergent companies across Africa. So you see that the chain is huge. It's huge. On that particular note, we will get to say thank you very much for being part of SBL today. We'll do this again tomorrow. Remember, this is Nigeria and we have to grow it together. My name is SOUQ and it's a pleasure. Abiento.
It's been a pleasure staying with us on SOUQ Business Landscape. Let's continue to think like Nigerians. If we have 10 or 15 of Dangote, we will get to that $1 trillion economy. Stay safe. I am Olumide Shokoya.
Yes, Toby is also here. Toby wants to say thank you for joining us. Please don't forget, when we call you next time, please leave your tight schedule and be part of this. To everyone out there, to those in the MCL, those behind the cameras, and those in the offices getting this done, thank you. Have yourself a beautiful, beautiful day.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Housing infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. In virtually every nation, the discourse on economic growth often revolves around output, foreign investment, technology, and human capital development. Yet, one element that remains underexplored but profoundly fundamental is housing infrastructure. Housing is more than shelter. It is an economic commodity, a social stabilizer, and a catalyst for development. From job creation to stimulating demand in allied industries, and from serving as collateral for wealth creation to enabling urban renewal, housing infrastructure stands at the heart of sustainable economic advancement. At the core of modern economies, housing represents both a consumption good and an investment asset. For households, it is often the most valuable property they own. For governments, housing development is a visible marker of social responsibility, while for economies, it serves as a growth engine with multiplier effects across sectors. According to Bayo Olaoye, veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, well-planned housing infrastructure is not just about erecting buildings. When integrated with urban planning, it prevents slum expansion, enhances livability, and boosts productivity. World Bank estimates show that the real estate and construction sector contributes between 7% and 14% of global GDP, depending on the region. In advanced economies, such as United States, housing-related activities, construction, real estate, mortgage finance, home improvement, and property services are major drivers of employment and wealth creation. In emerging economies like Nigeria, housing contributes about 3.1% of GDP, though with vast untapped potential. Its influence cuts across financial markets, labor absorption, raw material demand, and energy consumption patterns. One of the clearest pathways through which housing drives growth is job creation. Development requires diverse skilled and unskilled labor, from architects and engineers to masons, electricians, and artisans. The construction phase alone is labor intensive and generates immediate employment. Beyond that, housing stimulates growth in allied sectors such as cement, steel, timber, and glass. Industries producing furniture, interior decor, and home appliances thrive as household spending increases, while financial institutions expand their mortgage and insurance portfolios. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that each housing unit constructed generates between 5 and 7 jobs, depending on project complexity. In countries grappling with high youth unemployment, this represents a powerful avenue for labor absorption and poverty reduction. Furthermore, housing facilitates wealth accumulation and capital formation. Unlike consumer goods that depreciate, housing retains or increases in value. For many households, home ownership is the foundation of financial security and upward mobility. Housing assets also serve as collateral for credit, driving entrepreneurship and industrial growth. However, in many developing nations, underdeveloped housing finance systems limit credit access, stifling broader economic potential. Expanding housing infrastructure can therefore deepen financial systems, democratize wealth, and strengthen the foundation for inclusive growth. As the United Nations projects that nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas by 2050, nations like Nigeria must treat housing as a strategic tool for urban renewal and sustainable development. Cities with adequate housing attract investment, foster innovation, and enhance livability, while poor housing conditions breed overcrowding, insecurity, and economic inefficiency. In essence, housing infrastructure is not merely about buildings, it's about building economies. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to watch, always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message.
First of all, I may ask, who is 65 years old here? Some of us, we are not of the age. Some of us, we are above the age. We have to appreciate God's presence, keeping us long life and then prosperity. We see the day, it was so fantastic to us. So we are celebrating this in spite of the force. 65 years, you calculated day and time and hours. Over millions days. Over million days. And then when we call about the years, then we know. So let's multiply 65 times 365. It gives us a long process. Now, if by grace of God you are around for 65 years, that is a good news for you. You have to take care of. Some did not have, some of us, we have it. So we have to appreciate, to celebrate. And moreover too, whatever we do, we have to thank God for His grace. Give us the opportunity to see the day today, to celebrate it with all ourselves. Whatever good or bad, we marry together and we formit ourselves good Nigerians. That's the best thing to do. Yeah, surely we have the leaders. In everything in home, you have a leader. Father, mother, they are all leaders. And moreover too, they have to give us what it takes. And no, the child or not anybody cannot pass through parental aspect of it. So definitely we have leaders who can lead us for a better height. Now it's by prayer and supplication. We know a lot. The challenges are not what we expect, but at the same time, they meet us for 65 years, so we have to appreciate whatever they do. The point that I have to motivate and encourage them, whatever they do the right thing so that to get to the bottom of our children's generation to come forward. That's the most important. The fact that presently we are finding a lot of difficulties in the spirit that we have the leaders, where we have to look at it is most important, our education. And moreover, parental aspect of it, to take care of the children at home, to know their values and whatever they do, they are not worthy to that. So automatically there's no job creativity. That is one. Education was not going high. That two. Then automatically our medical sector was not quite okay. So they have to adjust to structure that area. Then they can move better for more. No, it is naturally. It's a many are called, but few are chosen. Some of us, we are leaders. Some of us, we are religious leaders. But along the line, our mindset is not working toward goal, what God has planned for our future. And moreover, too, we did not go to the right direction. The main fact that everyone have his own way of operating. Now, when you get to the Bible, there are a lot of things you can able to quote, and you will see that most of us, we are interested in one particular area, not by godly. Particular, all of us have come short of the glory of God. Moreover, too, a Redeemer came to redeem us, probably if we have hope, and if we have trust in Him, therefore we can make things different. But the point is that, are we able to submit ourselves, then we can carry on the responsibility to make the world to better tomorrow. Now, the government has to sit right, because probably they take a mandate and power, so they do not listen to anybody's advice. Moreover, too, they are not reading. They are all part of political issues based upon their mindset. And it's not today it was happening, because the Pharisees and Sadducees are doing it in the past many years. They are now fine-tune things and put people away from the system, wherever they know the right thing to be done, not be done. So automatically, those are the things that are giving us a step back. Now, area they have to come in to put things right, they are not there, because nobody will checkmate them. They have power to even to question me or whatever they have. They are controlling the economy, whatever it is. That is the main fact. But the point is, they have to look down that the generation comes are most important. Now, in by and large, when you look at the Bible or whatever I can see, the Word of God is telling us, God gave us a commandment. In the first thing, we are naive. And moreover, when God created man, most of us are naive in a certain way. There's no law. And that law was broken down after Moses, before the law came to the world. But we turned the law to our personal self. Now we make our own law to define our law. But the law, what God gives us, we abandon it outside. So that is the reason why things are fall apart. And moreover, too, we didn't value those laws. But if we cherish the laws, by this time we can get better way of life to live. Because we don't care what is happening. We care for ourselves, self-centered. That's the way forward we are seeing today. So most religious leaders, many are interested in the world, not in spiritual. And when you don't have the spiritual backing, with the Holy Spirit has been to us or anywhere, whether you are Muslim, whether you are Christian, when you know yourself that this body belongs to God, then there's no need to even to go beyond. We tackle it when we all understand the fun factor. The problem we have in Nigeria is very simple. If all of us will understand that we love each other, there's no love. We love money more than God. And naturally, when you look at Luke 16, it will tell you more about it. And when you look at the same thing, you look at Matthew 5, it will tell you something about Jesus, it will tell you something about the same thing. We are interested in money. You go to the street and see, some they died, they are dead, but they are living. That's what we see today. Children have been drinking something what you don't understand, and at the same time, they are on their own. They cannot control them. Nobody can control their emotion, whatever. So they have a lot of problems. I'm afraid if probably 20 years back, maybe those children I'm talking about 17, 21, 20, 25, the way they are living right now, no education, no business, no nothing. Now 20 years back, I will be more than maybe I'm 100 and I don't know, God will take me. I cannot talk more. Moreover, to that 20 years, this country, if we don't fish out properly, will damage the country because those who want to rule us, those 20 years children, 17 years, they are now reaching about 40 or 45. And 40, 45, they are being government. What are they going to do? This is my fear. It's fear that all of us, the religious leaders, any elders, wake up and build up your children to infrastructure, restructure them, and at the same time, impart the knowledge of God to them, let them have the fear of God and that to work modalities. Now we are gradually want to go to World Cup. That's our mindset. When it comes to sports, all of us are one. But when it's no sports, we are not one. I want you to understand that. When it comes to sport, Nigeria is one. When we are not in that sport, we are not one. We separate ourselves. Because once you are Nigerian, you have to support Nigeria. That's okay. Only sport brought us together and put sanity to our face. We smile by sports. When we win or we lose, we know what we do. It takes. Now, that's more. Grassroots football is most important. I can give an example for some people who have done it and they make it. Today, Indrusu were able to carry under 16 to 17 World Cup, and he's surviving it. He make the World Cup blank. Now we can talk about Yemi Teller. He did the same thing, under 21, under 17. He made it under the grassroots. Now, we don't cherish the grassroots football. We didn't value them, they are important. There's no provision toward that. Probably if the FA have plans for under 17 tournaments or league playing within the communities, I think we can build up. Moreover, too, in schools, we are not cherishing schools in all sports affairs so that we can get a grassroots from the children. That is number 2. But if you are now believing that we want to have a national team, we have to bring somebody to import from England to come and play. Who doesn't play the league in Nigeria? Today, we are facing challenges. Reason because most players we have in national team, none of them are playing league in Nigeria. There is no proprietor handled club side in Nigeria no more because taxes are too high. And government was not doing any work, probably. They didn't care about sport, but only went to count to cherish them that, yeah, we have done well. But if you are pumping money to that particular area, we can build up better. Give us the grassroots, we can make it. It depends upon how we could do it. That's my fear. I want to talk to your parents, and I want to talk to the nation, I want to talk to the government. Please, I am saying it. I'm not a soothsayer, but spiritually, psychologically, sit down and watch what is going on. If you are here, you are fine, but get outside. You see a lot of things you never see before. Children of 17 years, they're drunk. They do a lot of things. Now they are holding phone. Even technology are killing most Nigerians right now. Parents are holding phone. They don't care what the children do. Fathers or mothers that do the same thing. They hold phone from morning to night. They are looking what is that TikTok or whatever coming in, and they say we'll get money. Now they are now looking for inwardly of getting money. Say, call me, chat with me, I will get you money. This is what is going on. The children are not interested to work because there's no work. Now we are automatically, if you have a children, you have a problem. One, If your child want to marry, ask him whether he know how to cook food, a female or male. They all eat fast food. So what are you going to do? Nobody can cook. Your in-law come to your house tomorrow. He said, I want to eat something. He said, it's not ISO at all. It's a disgrace. And we are part of the system. We never support our children. Then moreover too, we parents too, we don't do well. And moreover, government too is not our system. Now school fees are too expensive. We have private schools are very expensive. Nobody checkmate what is going on. And moreover, the government school, we are not giving the facilities they need. Probably we have computers in our schools. Government schools, it's better. Only private school have it. But the government school, they didn't care about it. Whatever you gain. And this is government school. That is the main thing. The government know what it has. You have to build it the better way so that other schools should follow the same process. So moreover, the school education is outright. Let's forget about it. If we want to talk about education, because we are not ready. Everybody is now for business. And that business, illegal business, everybody is doing what is pleased itself. Likewise that, if the government have interest, then if we, the parents, have interest in what our children we have, because somebody don't have a child today, say, I want to have a child. He will force himself to have a child. But can you take care of that child? These are the main things we have to talk about. In the future, we are parents, we have not done well. So we have to checkmate ourselves that look at the mirror and look at yourself. I'm fine. The same fine, let's make sure the children will be fine. Everything God created is good.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer and what should I call myself? A pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women once seemed to not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do. And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. My father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. But that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the Constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 Constitution, or do they want to draw up a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who were unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in the state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you say alert the warriors.
Okay, so mona listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry. Power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Herusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere, and the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even though they are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at a point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian League over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content. and you post it and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk Daba Road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man.
keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggables, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olawe concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
We've got just what you need right here at SOUQ Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself, agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable, but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high-demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, New farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know why? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. Go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of football, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place. And it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19, where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place, and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They've got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our army. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play, back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word has been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, and you go to Australia and other countries, and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers are a disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top, talented basketball players all over the world. We can put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions. You'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they can do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. Then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. You mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me? We're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. In Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is the style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. To strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. Solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to the top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers and they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, we're the ones that are going to put the policy papers together. if they have baked. Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. You don't see. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggables, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love you bad.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's sports to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited. Also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. And Emirate News Television, Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Let me first of all congratulate Nigerians for the 65th anniversary of our independence. Independence is a freedom that is given from colonial rule, which can be termed self-rule, self-governance. And since 1960, we've been having self-governance. What is it really self-governance? That's another debate for another day. But from what happened, we were very young at that time when independence came to the country. I'm very, very aware of the 1963 declaration of Western Nigeria, declaration of republic when Nigeria became a republic. That was when I can physically or personally remember. But then, a lot of things had gone underground. The joy of the independence has always been cut short and is not getting to the expectations of the people. It's difficult. The main thing is that every time a government comes in, we seem to be in a quagmire of difficulties, and we tend to go back to the past government that we said that they were not good and feel that they were better than what we have today. It's not only, all governments are always better, except the one I can pick out is during the military regime, 1975 to 1976, about 9 months or so. And maybe because that government did not last long. So maybe that is why we still feel that that government was one of the governments that really met the needs of the people. Throughout the years, like I said, we have always had shortcomings, but we have not been able to keep the standards, certain standards that we are on ground, and that is the main problem. Everybody wants to have his own way. The military had not really helped us. They have, every time there is a military coup, Nigeria is set back to 1960. We are reset to 1960. And the 1960 of that time is different from the 1960 of today. That is, when you compare them, what we have on ground today is quite different from what we had on ground in 1960. That means we are starting again. But we have to develop in our own way. We have to be open-minded, and we have to think positive. We have to think about their future, and that is the only thing that galvanizes the country. Now, whatever standard we have today, in 20 years' time, another generation will come up. And that generation, their needs are always different. So that is why we have to look for the future. But today in Nigeria, we are still solving the problem of 1970. Why I'm saying that is that after the Civil War, the Nigeria decided to move forward. In the process of moving forward, we forgot a lot of things, and that was the time the oil boom came in. And we forgot a lot of things we were doing at that time. Take a graduate at that time. A graduate in 1980 receives roughly 300 naira, which was about almost $500. But let's say in our naira, he has enough to feed his family, to start a family. That is a graduate. But today, a graduate doesn't have enough to even take him to visit his family in his hometown. As a graduate, you are entitled to a car loan, which is your annual salary at that time. A car was about 3,600, and your 300 naira, 300 naira salary is 3,600 per annum, and you take a loan for a car. Once it's established that it is yours and you bring it to the office, you will be given a car allowance. And that car allowance may be about 50 naira or 60 naira. And when you look at it, they are deducting 50 naira or so, or 54 naira from your salary for every month for 4 or 5 years that you are taking the loan. And they are giving you 50 naira. So in 3 years, you are promoted to level 9. And on level 9, you are entitled to a car allowance of 72 naira. So it means that just like if you have been given a car for almost free. And those are some of the things that I look back to. Those are some of the things we enjoyed at that particular time. And it started eroding through government policies. And we now have this problem in which we cannot get to the minimum wage in those days was about 90 naira. When religion is a personal thing, that's the belief of the Yoruba. That is why in the same house, you can have the husband being Onishogo, the wife being Oya or Shun devotee, the uncle being a Christian, and another person being a Muslim. No, we all grew up together. During the Muslim festivities, we go together. I had an aunt in Ajegule. And during our holidays in those days, we used to go to Ajegule and we go to the mosque. Within that 1 month we are staying with them, we go to the mosque with them. We pray together. Even though most of the things, they started teaching us the alif, ba, ta, sa, and whatever, the alphabets in Arabic. But most of the time, by the time I go back home, I forget about it. And when they come to our place, they go to church with us. Even most of our Muslim cousins, they school with us. My mother will go and pick them in their homes, and they will school. They stay with us. We are about 20 in the house where we are living at that time. So it is not religious tolerance, as I will say. I will say, I've forgotten the word now. Maybe like a respect. Well, if I'm tolerating you, it means you are bad. You get me? If I'm tolerating you, it means that I'm tolerating something that is bad that you are doing, but I'm not talking. But if I'm doing maybe mutual respect, yes, it's mutual respect. All religions in Lagos or in Yoruba land, particularly, they had mutual respect. When it is time for the Egungun festival, we will come out with our families, with them, with those that are in the Egungun. When it's time for the Ifa festival, we go to them. When it is Ileya, when it is Christmas, we are all one in Lagos Island, and even in Lagos at that particular time. The greatest disaster for Nigeria was the introduction of the presidential system. Let us start from the economics. In parliamentary system, you just have to win your constituency, and that's all. You win your constituency, you spend within your constituency, and that is all. When you get to the house, when you are not to pick the speaker or the leader of the house, that is when you interact with others. But in presidential system, you have the whole country is your constituency. The whole country is your constituency. Let's go to the grassroots. And the grassroots, the The unit is the family. The family unit has broken down. Not to talk less about of the extended family unit, or where a community is served like a family. The youths are not being taken care of as in those days. In those days, we never knew whether you are from anywhere in the world or in Nigeria. We interact, we never knew. In sports, we never knew where our people come from. In school, we never knew. At times, 60 years later, I'm just discovering that somebody is from Asaba, one of my classmates. Discover is from, we had the Odumakers, we had the Bazunus in those days. Went to school together, but we never even knew that he was not Yoruba or from Western Nigeria. We were all together. The unity, our unity has been eroded. Today, most schools, there are no boarding schools again. And that is you discover that you are only limited to your area, except when you are going to higher institutions. Even some higher institutions are within certain areas. So we don't interact, we don't intermix, we don't even know the culture of other people. But in those days, it was a little bit different. We have to start reshaping a lot of things, and in the reshaping, it's not for us, it's not for the present generation, it's to look for the future generation. In the socialist life in those days, they used to talk about what do you call it now? Absence of manual labor. That is, machines will do the work. We are human beings will sit down and just be looking, and machines will do the work. We are getting to that stage very soon. Even we are almost there. In those days, we used to have what we call telephone operators. That type of job is gone. In those days, every office has its secretary, or what do you call it, a secretary that we type, do all these things. Now, that job is gone. The MD, the secretary is just to make arrangements. In those days, you have to have dictators, you have to dictate messages, you have to take minutes. Now, AI is doing everything. So there's going to be a lot of job losses. But in creating new jobs, that's a problem. The problem, and at the rate our population is going, is continuing to have a lot of jobless people. But how do we manage it? How do we get to that? That's the problem.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggables, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Hello and welcome to another episode on Cashcraft, the show that helps you see business where others see problems. Today, we're talking about plastic waste recycling, a hustle that's turning pollution into profit. Without taking much of your time today, let's dive straight into it. We start with the steps. Step 1, start with collection. Plastic is everywhere. Sachets, bottles, packaging. bet for business, pet bottles are gold. Start by partnering with waste pickers, shops, schools, or run your own buyback point. Now you're going to offer incentives. It could be 100 naira per kilogram, depending on location and type. You need to do research on that actually. So once collected, bottles must be sorted by color and type. So you know, clean, clear bottles fetch more money. So pay attention. Let's go to step 2. Clean, crush, cash, nests. What am I talking about? Wash them. Remove caps and labels. Then crush or shred them into flakes using a plastic crusher. These flakes are what buyers, local or export, actually want. Now, clean, well-sorted flakes commands better prices. Think 200 to 350 naira per kilogram depending on quality. So with a semi-automatic line, you can process up to 1 ton daily. That's real volume and real money. Let's go to step 3. You need to know your market, your buyers, including local manufacturers or plastics textile companies. And even exporters, that's very important. You never can tell. Some flakes are shipped to India, China, Vietnam, or reused here in Nigeria to make buckets, chairs, or even new bottles. So let me give you a pro tip. You need to form relationships with aggregators or industrial buyers. And if you can process into pellets or fiber, your margins jump like boom. So step 4, add value, add impact. Don't just collect, create. Now some entrepreneurs now turn waste into tiles, paving bricks, and designer bags. I tell you, a lot is happening with recycling bottles. So you reduce plastic pollution and you add jobs while doing it. Step 5, learn the rules. This business is tied to regulations. So register with local waste authorities, and if you plan to export, get listed with NAFDAC or the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Now complying means credibility and access to big opportunities. Recycler, na bottle we dey see everywhere, gutter, road, market, but with correct machine, you fit make better money. The work dey stressful, but if you no lazy, e go pay. Of course, there are challenges: dirty waste, poor sorting, market fluctuation. Sometimes power supply slows down operations, but where others see nuisance, you should see niche. It's a dirty business with clean money. So here is your takeaways. Plastic recycling isn't just about helping the environment. It's a smart hustle. It's scalable, impactful, and already reshaping communities. From bottle to bank account, plastic is profit if you know the game. And I am Grace Komalafe. I'm here reminding you that waste is only waste when you waste it. Until next time, keep crafting your cash.
Have you ever scrolled through climate news and felt that quiet fear in your chest? The floods in one country, the heat waves in another, the rising food prices at home. For many young Africans, climate change isn't a theory, it's reality. It's exams disrupted by strikes over fuel. It's farms drying up, its families relocating, and somewhere in all of that, there's anxiety. Real heavy, unspoken anxiety. But here is what makes this story different. African youth are not just sitting with fear, they are flipping it. They are starting eco businesses. They are organizing cleanups. They are using music, film, poetry, and digital media to demand accountability. They are turning what if we lose everything into what can we build instead. Today on Just Africa, we explore climate, culture, and mental health, how African youth are turning climate anxiety into action. How does climate worry affect the mind? How does culture shape the response? And how are young people transforming pressure into purpose? Because this generation is not defined by crisis, it's defined by courage. And sometimes the most powerful response to fear is not action. This is Just Africa on SOUQ News Television, and I am Omevi Idolo, because I'll be doing this alone today. So we'll be having this beautiful conversation around climate change. Once again, welcome to Just Africa. We'll go on this quick break, and when we return, we'll be speaking to one of the most beautiful ladies you've ever seen. Of course, she's going to tell us how she was able to use cultural storytelling to pass the message of climate change in Africa. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Nuer, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prize bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adibi for Just Africa, only on SOUQ News TV.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors all at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Bendon Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, or a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
The journey of exploring Africa's uniqueness and spotlighting the continent's powerful stories and promises remains in our heart. And today we unfold one of that story that shapes Africa's soul. Central African Republic, otherwise known as CAR, is the heart of the continent, a land rich in natural wealth, yet often misunderstood. Bounded by 6 neighbors and situated in the very center of Africa, the Central African Republic is landlocked, but far from landlocked in spirit. It is a country of vast green savannas, dense tropical forest, rich wildlife, and river systems that feed both its land and identity. From the Ubangi River in the south to the fringes of the Saharan zone in the north, the CAR holds some of the continent's most ecologically vital and untouched terrain. But beyond the land lies the story of its people, diverse, resilient, and culturally vibrant. The Central African Republic is home to more than 80 ethnic groups, including the Baya, Banda, Mangia, and Sara, each with its own language, dance, craftsmanship, and oral traditions that have been passed down for centuries. Despite a history marked by conflict and political fragility, the spirit of community and cultural pride runs deep. At the heart of CAR's economy is natural wealth. Gold, diamonds, timber, and uranium lie beneath its soil. However, the paradox of abundance is real. These riches have not always translated into broad-based development. Yet,
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do ahead to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show. Our conversation today focuses on climate, culture, and mental health. How African youth are turning climate anxiety into action. Joining me to have this conversation is Jennifer Uchendu Kalu, a climate change and mental health advocate, founder of SOUQ Vibes and creator of the Eco Anxiety Africa project. She stands at the forefront of this movement. What began as a blog, Simplifying Sustainability, has evolved into one of Africa's most influential youth-led climate movements, using music, storytelling, research, and community engagement to make climate action relatable and emotionally sustainable. Her work uniquely bridges climate science and mental health, ensuring that Africa's climate response is not only practical, but humane. Hello, Jennifer. Welcome to Just Africa.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure. Thank you for having me today.
Yes. How are you doing? How is the climate around you there? How is the weather? How are you doing generally?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thank God.
Okay.
Change.
All right, so many people think climate change is only environmental. So once they hear climate, it's environmental. How does it become a mental health issue?
Absolutely. If we think about it, the weather, the environment, and our life support system really affects how we think of our day-to-day and our lives. When you experience a flood issue, you're not excited about it. You don't just go to your life like normal. And so the work that I do looks at how environmental problems, whether it's pollution, whether it's flooding, whether it's sea level rise, whether it's a storm, how does it affect the day-to-day person as they cope through and try to adapt through, whether it's their day or, come back and bounce back. So think of a family that has historically known a place as their home, and they have to deal with displacement as a result of flooding. That you don't go through that sort of experience and feel okay. So my work looks at the experience psychologically and how people are able to be resilient, or the lack of, and how they can bounce back basically. So I hope that paints a good picture of how this is really important.
Yes, it does paint a very beautiful picture. So if I may ask, I'll come back to what you said earlier, but I want to know, how does climate anxiety show up among African youth?
Absolutely. I had done this work for about 3 to 5 years, working with young people, and then I realized that the more we know about the climate crisis, the more we understand the complexity, the enormity, and how overwhelming this reality is. The fact that constantly the news and science research tells us that the years we have to make a change is shrinking. A lot of young people are fearful. They are anxious because it's like, why am I then born? How can I plan for a future if everyone tells me that everything is coming to an end very soon? So for us in Africa, it's even more peculiar because we see the impacts. Africa is, known to experience the impact of the climate crisis even more profusely than other regions. So young people, particularly those who experience this direct impact, are very fearful, they're very worried, and they're anxious of what a future could look like. And then for many people, they might not even experience the direct impact, but just connected on social media, just knowing everything about the climate crisis, it is a cause for alarm, and it's very normal, it's very healthy, it's something that is to be expected. You cannot keep hearing that your house is about to burn and you won't feel a sort of way. So that is the work that I do.
How do we overcome this fear? Because they say that even when you stay fearful, the circumstance comes to you faster than expected. Now, and this fear has caused some persons mental health issues. So how do you encourage Africans or youth to overcome this particular fear?
Sure, that is such a great question. I think it's about safeguarding it because we need to first understand that the fear and concern means that you're in touch with the reality. You're not denying that there isn't a climate crisis happening in Africa, which we see in some parts. And so, what to do with that fear is to be part of spaces where you can confidently and courageously talk about how you're feeling. Some of the things that we've done at Susty Vibes and the Eco Anxiety Africa project is to create the space for a lot of young people to be free to talk about how they are feeling, to say, I'm not okay, I'm worried about this, I'm seeing my environment change, and this is a cause of concern. And then having, after you've created that space, then you need to take action. You need to be part of the solution in some way, whether little or big, whether it's in tree planting, whether it's to go to clean up. It is important. Research and evidence has shown us that the antidote to anxiety and fear is actually taking action, but not taking action from a place of silence or being as an individual, but as part of a community, as part of a group where you see other people who also feel the same thing as you are, and you're all taking action together. You're doing what you can, and you're holding governments accountable because that is very, very key. The work about climate action needs urgent political will, where there's governments who are, prioritizing their people and looking at how, climate action needs to be improved. So I think for me, it's really about creating space and then taking action, backed by accountability measures, basically.
All right, thank you very much, Jennifer. So there's something when it comes to Africa, Nigeria, there's something related with this mental health. So when people hear the word mental health, the first thing that comes to mind is that this person is going nuts. This person is about running mad. This person is not normal. So that is how people have seen mental health. So when you're not telling someone, an African telling you or another person that the climate change or the climate anxiety is causing me a mental health issue, people begin to wonder, what are you talking about? So for an average African on the street that does not understand what mental health is, how do you break it down to that person that this is the meaning of mental health? Not even linking it to climate right now. Just make it easy and simple for that person to understand.
Sure, that is such a good question. And I think the work that we do, while we know, when we come to spaces, we're able to talk about the technicality. At the end of the day, when we talk to average people, it's really, are you okay? Are you feeling like you have control of your life? We talked to someone who had a barbing salon, for example, and he had his entire house submerged by flooding. He would never come out to tell people, I have a mental health issue because of the flooding that happened. But we know he's not okay. We know that he struggled through that experience because he told us, for example, how his entire certificates were submerged in the floods. And he's thinking, how do I bounce back from this? So it's those kind of conversations. When you experience something like this, how are you feeling? Are you okay? We talk about well-being as just the basic introduction to come to it. If people say that they're not okay, and of course there's a broader context of mental health issues being stigmatized, not being prioritized in a place like Nigeria, but we know that we're often not okay. We know that we're often stressed out. We know that the condition of the environment, whether socially, politically, and economically, impacts us on a day-to-day basis. And we talk about this, but we talk about it often from a place of frustration and not putting out the frame of, well, this could be causing you mental stress. This could be causing you, some sort of mental health impact that causes you to think about yourself in a very low way, that makes you withdraw sometimes, and that makes you frustrated and fearful. So when we take out mental health, because it can be too technical, we're just asking, how are you feeling, and do you feel in control of your life? Do you feel like you know what you're doing, and do you feel like you can, be sane, you can be happy? Do you have a sense of community? Are you coping well? Are you adapting well to everything that is happening around you? And then we can start to have the conversation
Yeah.
when you've been able to answer that honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jennifer. I love the fact that you're always talking about having the conversation around mental health. Here, someone once told me some time ago that most times when they ask you, how are you? Of course, there is an expected answer, I'm fine. So, but then go ahead and ask the person, are you happy? So, when we talk about conversation, are there cultural factors that make conversations about mental health more difficult in African communities?
Absolutely. It is stigmatized, as I mentioned. People are often looked a set of way. They're often criticized when they talk about not feeling okay. And so what we've tried to do at the Eco Anxiety Africa project is to bridge these conversations in different ways, where, for example, in local communities, recently we had events in Abia State, in Abuja, and in Lagos, and we went into our villages and we went into our community and we said, how do these conversations happen in the past? And this design of something called Oku, where people gather, whether it's with their grandmothers, whether it's with their uncles, having that intergenerational bridge. And in those spaces, historically, people have often used those spaces to talk about their grievances, the things that they are not okay with, the things that they've wondered how their elders have coped with. And so we've brought climate conversation into those spaces where people now gather with their elders and they talk about the things they see in their environments, and they are wondering, how is this okay? This is a struggle for us. This is impacting us. And so it's really about conversation, but we need to make spaces that are very structured, that have the integrity and sanctity to make a change. When we go back to our history in Nigeria, those spaces when people come together, whether it's in a village meeting, whether it's a landlord and a tenant, those spaces acknowledge the power dynamics, and we create that facilitation that says it's okay to talk about how you're feeling right now. It's okay to talk about how this is impacting you, particularly on a psychological level. So those are the things that come up, and people of course talk about finances, employment, and how these issues impact them and their ability to thrive.
All right, Jennifer, so your profile says you use music, storytelling, culture, everything to pass the message of climate change. Now, when we talk about storytelling, most times people assume it has to be very interesting, it has to have so much morals, and so on and so on and so on. How do you use culture? How do you use music to pass this message? Do you do Tales by Moonlight and pass the message? How do you do it? Just tell us about it.
Sure. I mean, for us, pop culture has been a very big way to influence narrative, infrastructure, the way people just think about the way the world works. We've used dance, we've used music to introduce conversations, basically, to say, well, if somebody is frustrated about the state of the Niger Delta as a result of the pollution, they'll often put it in a song. We have that from Burna Boy, for example, and there are lots of examples. And so we explore this music, we explore different angles where people have expressed not just how they feel, but things that they're dissatisfied with, things that they would like to see. Art and culture helps us to imagine a better world. It's that bridge where we can all come together and relate. Everyone can nod their heads to a really nice tune, but if we pay attention to what the lyrics is saying, then it causes us to pause and think, well, this is true. This is something that we haven't paid attention to. So for us, it's been a way to bring people together, particularly young people who live in urban areas. They want to come together. They're very full of passion. They like like the idea of vibes. So we have used pop culture a lot, this idea of film, this idea of parties to come together where we're all excited and joyful, because it's really important to have these very difficult conversations within joyful spaces. And then we can push a path forward. We don't just want to come and complain and lament. We want to say, what can we do about how we are feeling?
Okay,
how can
Jennifer,
we take action?
Yes, talking about using dance, using music, and art and culture generally to pass this message. Now, many people view art and culture as entertainment. They don't see the important side of it. So when you use it to pass information, use it, don't you think that the people feel they just go away with the entertainment aspects and forget the main message of the whole performance? Don't you think that happens a lot?
Well, I mean, it depends on how it's curated. And we've done this for 10 years now. So we understand how, these things can be used as tools, not to be distracted. It's a medium to bring people together. If you come for a SOUQ Vibes movie screening, for example, the movie that we screen will be telling you about the issues. We'll be telling you about, the environment. We'll be telling you about the climate crisis or biodiversity loss or whatever issue. And then we're going to talk about solutions. We're going to have a panel session, for example. In the past, we've actually used humor. We've worked with comedians like forever, and to talk about climate crisis, because these things bring people together. When we have at least brought them together, then we can now start talking about the issues. For us, arts and culture have been a medium to first bring people together. It's been that common ground that we can all relate to. Then we can then start talking about the important issues.
All right, so let's talk a little about you. What first drew you into the intersection of climate change and mental health? You.
Sure, that is a great question. I felt extremely frustrated and overwhelmed myself as a climate activist. It is from my own personal experience that I decided to do something about how I felt. And I thought to myself, if I know so much about climate change and I feel so overwhelmed and discouraged, there has to be other young people who feel this too. And that is how the conversation started, inviting other people to say, I'm not feeling okay. This is very stressful, even though I'm doing this all this work. But it's very frustrating to know that you can plant a tree, in a place like Nigeria, and a few years down the line, it's going to be cut down because of some capital project. So it's very frustrating. And the more I talked about it, the more young people reached out to say, we feel this too. We didn't have an idea that this is a name. We didn't have an idea that there are names for all of these things. And so the work that I did with SOUQ Vibes really helped open up that light bulb moment for more young people to have conversations about how they are feeling.
So are you saying that SOUQ Vibes was created for just to have this conversation on climate change, mental health, and anxiety?
Absolutely not. When SOUQ Vibes started, we started to make sustainability fun, actionable, relatable, and cool. And that's what we did for a couple of years. But when I started to feel, this sort of mental health impact as a result of the work, and I knew that other young people were feeling it, we started something called the Eco-Anxiety Africa Project. So that is our project within SOUQ Vibes that is focused on climate change and mental health, where we're doing a lot of research, trying to find out the evidence. What does it mean for an African to be impacted on a mental level about the climate crisis, and what can we do about it? So the broader SOUQ Vibes remains to do a lot of our advocacy and community action, while we have this branch of our work that really looks at anxiety and climate and mental health issues.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful. That's really, really beautiful. And we appreciate everything that you are doing for yourself, for SOUQ Vibes, and for everyone around you. Yes, so there are many more questions that will be coming, but this time we have to go on a quick break. And when we return, the conversation with Jennifer continues. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. We'll be having this conversation on climate change, creativity, culture, and mental health with Jennifer Uchendu Kalu. And she's standing by to give us more details about how she uses culture, music, language, everything to advocate for a better climate. So, Jennifer, welcome back.
Thank you.
All right. So, why did you choose creativity, pop culture, and community as tools instead of, the traditional environmental advocacy method, the normal advocacy where people say, come out, plant a tree, go to radio, go to this. Why did you choose culture as tool?
Sure. I think for me, pop culture came to mind immediately when I was founding SOUQ Vibes, because I thought about the ways to invite the regular person, the everyday person, to this conversation, because these are the people that the climate crisis impacts on a day-to-day. How do we invite everyone to the conversation? And pop culture is amazing. When we use humor, when we use art, when we use our movies, we can bring something that everyone can relate to. And I think for me, it was more important that we do not continue advocacy in the way that is done traditionally, because we haven't achieved so much when we think about it in using those methods. So I wanted to disrupt the conversation where, there's more young people. There's young people who, typically are known as millennials and Gen Zs, now coming together for the climate crisis, and not, the typical, oh, this is something that the people who like environmental issues just come to. So it's now a conversation that brings everybody on board. And that's what, pop culture helped us do.
Okay, so what is that one thing, one achievement that you were able to push out? That thing with this climate change, climate anxiety, what's that one success story that pop culture helped you to achieve?
Absolutely. We have a lot of success stories. We've had very exciting campaigns, whether it's our Community Trees project we had a few years ago, planting trees in Lagos and Abuja. I think for me, our success story is that we've built a formidable community, a community of young people who are now going out to do really exciting things, who are starting their own non-profits, they're starting their own organizations, they are within corporate spaces, and they're advancing sustainability issues. When I started SOUQ Vibes 10 years ago, I was literally clamoring for opportunity. I kept saying that young people have a lot to offer within the sustainability and climate movement, and they should be given the opportunity. And when those opportunities didn't exist, we started to create them. Now we see a lot of young people involved in climate issues in Nigeria and Africa, and it's really because of a lot of the work that we had done, a couple of years ago. Again, along with many other really impactful organizations. So our success story is that we have flipped the narrative that young people can and should be part of leading sustainability issues in Nigeria.
Okay, so earlier you talked about research. That's one thing SOUQ does and all that. So the question is, with all the research you've done, how many of them have you been able to implement or maybe submitted to the a government agency or anything? But of all the researches you've carried out, how many have been implemented and maybe you're actually seeing the results out there?
Sure, that is a great question. I think for us, research has been able to give us the evidence and proof that there is a problem. It gives us the data and the number of what exactly people are feeling and how they would like an action to go with it. One example is the work we do with our Zen cafes and conversations. It was through research that we understood that young people are not only experiencing the impact of the climate crisis on the psychological level, but they need space for it. And so we brought out, the Zen Cafe, where people can come together and learn about the issues. It was through research that we found out that by inviting elders to the conversation, we're creating a soft landing for a lot of young people to share their experiences, and they can get wisdom and support. And so we've invited our, intergenerational support. And so we have initiatives that bring elders and young people together to have conversations on how to move forward. It was through research that we realized that you can't have this conversation without the government. And so research helped us to invite governments into our spaces to say, this is what we found out. One example is a project we called Mecca. And Mecca was going around parts of Lagos in particular to find out how people understand climate risks. And we invited the Lagos government, for example. We said, look at the things that we found out. How does this tally with the work that you've done? And what is a way forward? And in those conversations, the government is able to tell us, well, we're doing this, well, we need help in this way, we need advocacy in this way, we need people to work with us in this manner. And it's been a very interesting way to translate whatever we find on the field into things that everybody can relate to. So for us, research actually informs the evidence and the projects that we create. Our solutions are often research-based. They come from everything we've heard from the actual people who are experiencing the issues.
Okay, so would you say that the government has done enough when it comes to climate change, climate and mental health conversations? Would you say the government, people have done more than enough?
Oh, no, we haven't even scratched the surface. We aren't, unfortunately, treating the climate crisis and related problems as a core priority. We often have the policies, we often have the good intention, but we don't follow through, as with many other issues in public health, in education in Nigeria. So unfortunately, the climate crisis and the environment has been one that has been relegated for too long. And we see the impact when we see public health outbreaks, when we see disease outbreak. When you trace it, it looks, we come back to how has this, country really looked at the environment? How has it prioritized environmental issues and protecting the lives of citizens? Unfortunately, we know that there's a long way to go. While there are things happening here and there in a couple of states, there's so many areas where these priorities have not been, actioned, and they've not been treated as urgent. So no, Nigeria is not on track, in terms of active and urgent climate action.
Okay, so what would you tell the government to start right now? Like this very minute, Lagos State, Nigeria, Africa generally, this is what we need to do to have a better environment, to save whatever we need to save? What should I say 1 or maybe 5 or whatever number it is? What would you tell them to do right now?
I think it starts from a mindset that these environmental actions are not just tick boxes to be done, right? They're things that actually impact people. You know, this is about our children's future. And so really for the government, some of them are more advanced than the others. We need to be able to learn from each other. And we need to have a national vision on where we're going, particularly places like Nigeria. What is the national climate vision? How much do people know about it? Our goals, you know, for example, what are the things that we'd like to achieve and how can we all work together? What is the government doing, for example, to educate citizens and so that we can all work in partnership? Vision, I think, is really important because it helps us get in line. It helps us get information, basically. A good example is litter culture and circular economy. We see a lot of plastics in our gutters. We see it in our landfills. We see it in our oceans. When we have a national vision and goal to say we want to tackle this problem, you know, Rwanda did it really nicely, where there is a law and policy that is happening on a national level. And I know there's a lot of work being done, you know, for that in Nigeria. But we're seeing more states going further than the others. We need everyone to be able to catch up. And you do that through policy, but policy that is implemented, policy that works hand in hand with people, where schools, teachers, parents, corporate organizations, everybody's on board because they know that this is important. And people aren't doing this just to get tax incentive or just to tick a box or just to get a political win. They're doing this because they know that this is important. They know that plastic pollution, for example, is already impacting our health in significant levels. Research has shown us that there's plastic in our blood, there's plastic in many parts of our body. And so the government needs to take this evidence and, you know, turn it into action, where there is a law or a regulation that governs the way that plastic pollution is managed. So this is just one example that can translate into, you know, other climate issues. But I think ultimately it's a vision that everybody can get him on board with.
Okay, so talking about advocating for a cleaner environment. You talked about schools, you talked about home, you mentioned them rather. So when you say schools, at what level should we start? Should we go straight to secondary school or the university, or we have to start from the very, very beginning, the foundation of it? Where would you advise the campaign starts from?
Well, I think it needs to start from the very basics and foundation. Young people, particularly children, need to be taught what right living looks like. What does it mean to grow up in a world that prioritizes the environment, basically? So these things need to be incorporated in their mindset, in their ideals. They need to know, for example, that it's not okay to just throw a plastic on the floor. And they need to know why, you know, and when they grow with it, it becomes something that, you know, they can't be caught doing as adults. And I think for us, it's really important when we go to schools, when we talk to children, when we talk to young people in secondary schools, you'll find that it's easier to convince a younger child while this is important than a person that is in secondary school who is just already normalized, who knows that, well, this is just something that we're used to. So it's really important to catch them young and catch them as young as possible so that this becomes a mindset that they grow with. Again, non-profits, organizations can only do what they can. It comes back to that idea of a national vision. Is this something that everybody knows across the country? And are we doing something about it in advocacy and in action, where we can all get behind, you know, one single policy that governs the way that we see the environment?
Okay, so Jennifer, thank you so much for your insight. But I want to ask, what gives you hope when the climate conversation feels overwhelming?
Sure, that is such a beautiful question. Thank you. And I want to stress that I don't always feel hopeful. There are days where I'm extremely discouraged about everything that's going. But I think I felt very hopeful seeing not just the young people within the Susty Vibes community just going on and doing stuff, but it's been around how the ecosystem in Nigeria has changed in the last 5 to 6 years. Now there are more young people in the conversation. There are people doing work on biodiversity. There are people doing work, in different environmental issues, and that has been hopeful to see that young people still believe that we can make a change, and they're doing everything that they can. People are writing books, people are creating different sections, and they're using this digital media and social media to really reach people. And I think it's something that should make us hopeful to say the future generation, and young people in particular, see the problem, and we're not just taking a step back. We're doing the best, we're showing up, and we're taking action. For me, that gives me a lot of hope.
I like that. That is, yeah, finding something that really keeps you going. That could be hopeful. You know that things will get better someday or somehow. So to a young, I know you'll be dealing with so many young people. So you've said that so many times. You'll be dealing with them. But there are some young people who still don't see the need, or who don't even know how to go about it. Yes, they want to lend their voices, add to the course, and say, okay, let's take this course to the next level. But they don't know how to go about it. Some don't even know the left from the right. So to a young lady, particularly, because you're a lady, to a young lady and a young guy out there who are still finding their feet, trying to navigate through life, what is your word of advice for them right now as they are watching you?
Sure. I mean, first of all, I would say I was you a couple of years ago where I see the problem. I want to be part of the solution, but I have no idea where to start. For some people, they might need to join communities and look for like-minded people. Now, there's so many of them, whether it's Susty Vibes, other initiatives, Plug in Nigeria, that have now come up to really create environments where people of like passions can come together. So I advise those young people to find ways to join those communities. But if you can't join the communities, you need models, you need solutions, and you need ideas that can inspire you to maybe start one within your community, bring people together, talk about these issues, and look for creative ways to take action. And it's really important that you do that, and you don't just stay stuck in planning. Do something. Go to a school, for example, talk about it with your friends. That's how we take action.
Okay, so before I let you go, how is the community reception when you go to places, to some of these rural areas? How is the reception like? Do they welcome you when you come to tell them about the challenges that you are facing? How do they welcome you?
Sure, that's a great question. So we don't just go into communities to say, "Oh, we like the environment, want to do something about it." We would often find influential people within the community to first, help us convince them to be part of what we're doing. So it could be the community chief, it could be the priest or the religious leaders. That has been our route into communities. Find out who the influential person is. I remember, for example, when we wanted to have a cleanup in Ikorodu, we had to go through the Iyaloja and the market women, the leaders of the market, and we explained to them what we want to do. We explained to them how we're introducing this idea of taking care of the environment and incentive-based recycling. It was once we got their buy-in that we then had, a safe environment to work with, and they were able to help us, galvanize other people within the market area to listen to us and to be part of the initiative, basically. So you often need to find someone who is really influential, who can, catalyze action, basically, within the community.
Do they ask you for money when you go there? Do they ask you to make payments?
More often than none, yes. And we actually plan for this within our, projects. We plan for incentives. How do we get people? Because we know that we're doing this within a broader context of economic hardship. So how do we get these conversations going? Do we need to give people gifts so that they see, something to help them remember that this is something that they've done? With research, we try not to give actual cash, like direct cash,
Okay.
but oftentimes we've had to do that. We've had to create funds, for example, for people who have been impacted by whether it's flooding or whether it's an issue, because at the end of the day, people will not eat environmental advocacy. They want something that they can take home with. They want something that would help them, think about tomorrow and they can bounce back. So yes, we have incorporated incentives to our work so that people feel like they're gaining something, whether it's both technically and mentally, but also economically.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you very much, Jennifer, for coming on Just Africa today. We really appreciate your insights, and we hope that when we call on you next time, you'll be available for us, right?
Absolutely, I will be. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, before I let you go, of course, your name depicts where you're from. We understand that you're from the eastern part of Nigeria, even though you are not in Nigeria right now. And we still appreciate that. So you're going to use your... Oh, okay, so what part of the east... okay, which of the states did you come from?
I'm from Abia State.
Okay, so you use Igbo to... Or is there a particular dialect apart from the general Igbo that we know?
No, it's Igbo.
Okay, so you're going to speak Igbo and tell your fans, your teammates, your staff, anyone, everyone, your family. You're going to say hello to them in Igbo language because this is Just Africa, and you're going to tell them to keep watching SOUQ News Television and, of course, subscribe to the Just Africa show. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay. We're watching Just Africa. Achọnkunu subscribe. Leha Lemenga Odima Ohe Kweshirin with it.
That's beautiful. Thank you. Yes, they got the message, I believe. Once again, Jennifer, thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
And you too. Climate change is not just an environmental crisis, just like Jennifer said. It is emotional. It is cultural. It is deeply human. But across Africa, youth are proving something powerful. Anxiety does not have to end in paralysis. It can begin with purpose, through community, through creativity, through advocacy, through innovation. It could be anything. They're turning fear into fuel, pressure into policy conversations, pain into poetry, worry at work. The message is clear. Protecting the planet must also include protecting the minds of those fighting for it. To every young person carrying climate concerns quietly, you are not alone. Your feelings are valid and your voice matters. This is Just Africa, where we don't just talk about the crisis. We spotlight the courage rising within it. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we'll go straight to the second segment of Just Africa. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road. where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogwefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. They may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on Earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape marked by rugged mountains, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. What also makes Lesotho stand out in Africa is its climate. While much of the continent is known for its warmth, Lesotho regularly experiences snowfall, especially in its highland regions. In fact, it is home to Afriski, Africa's only ski resort south of the equator, drawing tourists who seek winter sports in an unlikely location. But Lesotho's uniqueness goes beyond geography and weather. The Basotho people are known for their iconic wool blankets, worn with pride across the country. These are not just for warmth, they are deeply symbolic, representing milestones, rites of passage, royalty, and social status. No traditional ceremony is complete without the presence of these beautifully patterned and color-coded blankets. The traditional Basotho hat, or mokorotlo, is another national symbol, so important that it appears on the country's license plates and currency. Lesotho also harnesses the power of its water. Its Lesotho Highlands Water Project exports fresh mountain water to South Africa while generating electricity for domestic use. Water, often called white gold, is one of the country's most valuable resources. In many ways, Lesotho defies expectations. It is a country of heights, both literal and cultural. In a continent known for deserts and plains, Lesotho offers snow and slopes. In a region often shaped by lowland agriculture, Lesotho rises up proud, elevated, and unshaken. Lesotho is not just unique to Africa, it is unique to the world. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
So, for years, the story was simple. Safari, sun, smiles. But Africa was always more than a postcard. It was the rhythm of a beach club in Accra, the quiet luxury of a private lodge in the savannah, the rooftop views of Lagos at night, the art, the fashion, the food, the festivals, and the feeling. Now, the world is paying attention again. But this time, it's not just tourists arriving. It's investors, developers, visionaries, diaspora dreamers, and because something is shifting. Luxury in Africa is no longer imitation. It is an interpretation. It is rooted, refined, relevant. And hospitality is becoming infrastructure. Tourism is becoming a strategy, and experience is becoming currency. So today, Just Africa will explore Africa's next big frontier in hospitality, tourism, luxury, and investment, where culture meets capital and where the continent stops exporting only raw materials and starts exporting world-class experiences. The question is no longer, is Africa beautiful? The question is, are we building the systems to own the beauty? So welcome to the second segment of Just Africa. And you can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television and subscribe to the Just Africa show. So our guest is Lord Frank. He is a voiceover artist, actor at Lord Frank Entertainment. Of course, he's the founder Honor You Shakara Stars, if I do not pronounce that way, he's going to correct that, and the Legion. At the forefront of this revolution of travelers and consumers increasingly seeking immersive experiences that go beyond traditional hotels, restaurants, and events, blending culture, storytelling, and cutting-edge service. Lord Frank, through Honor You Shakara Stars, the Legion, and the Lord Frank Entertainment is creating experiences that fuse entertainment, luxury, and tourism while setting global standards for everyone to see. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have Lord Frank with me in the studio. Once again, welcome to Just Africa.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I must say that your African fabric is looking good. You're looking more African than I am, right?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
So, when we talk about redefining hospitality.
Yes.
What does that really mean?
Well, I'm trying to do something different. You know, the traditional way of doing things is to travel out, to go see places, right? Okay. And I'm trying to do something different. I'm trying to bring the world to Africa.
Okay.
Yes.
Bring the world to Africa. I like that word because we've seen Africans traveling.
Yes.
So what is it that is over there that is attracting Africans? We hear people are going on vacation and they go and they just travel, but we have places that they could actually go to here in Africa, yet they don't visit. So what is it that is over there that we do not have here?
That's a very good question. I guess one of the things that people look forward to is structure. You know, one of the major issues of Nigeria is that we don't have proper structure. And things are very convenient, very easy to get along with over there as opposed to here. Like I just explained, when on my way here, you know, I was accosted by some of our traffic wardens. So things like that, you know. So yeah, I think people just like the ease of things, and that's why they go abroad.
Structure. What kind of structure should we really put in place?
Structure that
to attract, yes.
Yeah.
What are there particular structures that we need to put in place to bring the world to Africa?
Well, to make it easy for them. I mean, people are still coming. Let's be honest. People are still coming. Each and every year, we have new companies, new businesses coming in. So there's something that is here that they're also coming after.
Yes.
But I think there's a lot of sweat, and they all complain. There's a lot of sweat of getting used to the way things work in Nigeria.
Yeah. So what do we need to do differently in the hospitality industry? Now, most times when we hear hospitality, the first thing that comes to mind is hotels.
Yes.
People don't really think beyond the hotels. So in the industry now, hospitality industry, what do you think we need to do differently outside hotels?
Right. Well, I hope you're speaking in terms of tourism, right? Bringing people in to enjoy our beautiful country. There was a video I saw on Instagram. Someone put together these scenes of places in Nigeria that I've never been to. I didn't even know existed. And then you're looking at it, and they're saying these are places in Nigeria. Waterfalls, mountains, all these scenery, scenic places. And you're like, wow, you didn't know that. But if our governments, our local governments, put more money and infrastructure into those scenes, right? People will want to go there more than anything, you know.
Sure. Yesterday, I was having a conversation with a friend talking about waterfalls, and he talked about a place in Ekiti. I actually saw the video.
Yes.
And there was no economic activity going on there. The place wasn't developed. It was just there. So at this point, in that kind of situation, who takes responsibility? Whom should we hold accountable? Because every time we talk about the government, does it really have to be the government at every point?
I mean, you're absolutely right. I keep on going back to the words of JFK when he said, don't ask what your country can do for you.
Ask what you can do for your country.
Yes. But here's the thing, though. It's like if our citizens now work together to make a particular location viable and accessible to foreigners or people coming in, who keeps the funds? Who keeps the funds? They can't do all that work and then it goes to, somewhere else. So how do we balance it? So the responsibility kind of falls on the local government as well.
But do you think the local government really have the power to do what they want to do? Or you think so?
Well, like you have governors like the governor, like maybe Ondo.
Yeah.
They're doing things to bring investors into the state, right? So yeah, they are doing things to empower the citizens, empower their environment, and bring more funds into their state. So I think they have the means. Okay,
so you've been in the entertainment industry for a very long period of time. And of course, you're a voiceover artist. There's no one that hears this kind of voice. Oh, no, that you're a voiceover artist. You agree with me, right? Okay, so how do you plan to use entertainment to brand the hospitality industry?
That's a very good question. I mean, I don't know about you, but growing up in Nigeria, one of the things that made me fascinated about like America and London, all these places, is through the movies, right? The way, and this was back in the 80s, the way they presented it, the movies, the romantic movies, all these things just made you fall in love with not just the characters, but with the locations, right? Sure. So entertainment is powerful, So if we can do the same thing here, by all means, people will come.
Okay. How do you plan to do it? Yes, because I am interested in it.
Some of our producers and directors are doing a good job of that nowadays, Some of the movies are kind of, one of the things the directors do over there is, if you notice in the beginning scenes of a particular movie, they'll showcase the city, maybe it's the environment, they give a 2 or 3 second, footage of just that, right? And that kind of draws you in. We don't do that too much nowadays, but I think some of us are getting to that point.
Yeah, but I also understand that there's something about our movie industry. We stereotype, or is the word stereotype right now? Oh no, we tend to copy
Yes.
Again and again and again and again and again. And it most times affects our storytelling. Yeah. So, to a very large extent, we've only projected Lagos in our movies.
That's true.
We haven't pushed out these other places you talked about earlier on in our movies. Yeah. And why do you think it is like that? If we really want to push out that we have beautiful attraction centers, places people can come to, and yet we're not pushing it in movies, what is responsible?
Okay, so I hate to refer back to Hollywood, but one of the things they do over there, like Atlanta, the reason why a lot of shows are being shot in Atlanta is because they have maybe like tax, what do they call it? Tax incentives and stuff like that to draw the productions to that particular state, you know. Instead of Hollywood, it's too expensive in Hollywood, so they draw them to different states in America because of these incentives. So the same thing here, you know, certain states can say, hey, come and shoot here. We'll offer this to you, we'll offer this to you, showcase our environment. Abuja is a beautiful place. Abuja is a beautiful place, so I don't know why a lot of these productions are not shooting there, you know. And there's so much space over there, so I don't know.
So sometimes it keeps me wondering why it has been so. But before I continue, a little about you. What drew you into entertainment?
What drew me into entertainment?
Yes.
Well, growing up as a young lad, I loved to perform. It was more in the dancing realm.
Okay.
And that was the beginning of everything. Just like to perform, and just grew from there.
Okay, so now we have the Frank Lord Entertainment. Yes. So what do you do generally?
Basically, what I'm doing now, just producing my own things. You know, in terms of adverts, radio, and movie productions.
That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. So the other one is, like I said, I don't know if I pronounced it well, Honor You Shakara Star.
Yeah.
Yes. So the name, when you hear, it's Shakara, right?
Yeah, Shakara.
So I'm very correct.
Yes.
So the name, how did you coin it out?
Well, you know, we like to, as Nigerians, Lagosians, you know, one of the things that we like to do is show off. And that's where Shakara comes in.
Okay, so that's where the name came from.
Yeah, that's where the name
came from. Okay, so is it also entertainment?
Yes.
Okay.
It's basically just dedicated to individuals like maybe like clowns, drummers, people with unique talents.
Oh.
And if you're having an event, you can just go to the website and search for these individuals, and then make plans with them, and they'll come to your show.
Okay, so you are now bringing in luxury. You're not bringing in style. You're not bringing in. So, are you leaving entertainment for hospitality and luxury?
That's a very good question. No, I feel it's all under the umbrella of entertainment to a certain degree, in my opinion, to a certain degree, because it's all about presentation. Even in our hospitality world, one of the things that draws people in is that presentation.
Okay.
You know, and you know, in the movie industry, with award shows, with events, premieres, everything's about a presentation.
That's true. Okay, so you tell us about, let me not lie. I went to, when I was going through your profile, I saw Ride for Love.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So tell us about, you said it's coming soon. I don't know if it has come, but if it is coming, has it started?
Which one?
Ride with Love.
No.
Ride for Love, right?
No.
So what is Ride for Love? What is it about?
It's just an idea that I had about, you know, a dating show.
Okay.
Yeah, a dating show. We get a van, a transparent van, put couples inside, and as they ride around a particular place, maybe catch a JRA. We find a route that's not too heavily congested. They drive around it, and they have a conversation, almost like a blind date. They have a conversation, and at the end, if they like each other, you know, they go on, but if they don't, the guy comes down, and another guy comes in, and they ride around again. So that's pretty much it.
There's going to be a whole lot of tears.
Right.
Don't you think so?
Sure.
What inspired that, really?
You know, dating
there
in
must be
Lagos.
something that inspired you.
Dating in Lagos. Yeah, I don't think we have too many dating shows in Nigeria, you know, on TV. And this one is pretty unique.
True, true. We have most of them on social media platforms.
Sure.
So you just felt, okay, let's do something.
Yes, let's do something. Yeah.
That's all?
That's it.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's so many things that Lord Frank is going to tell us, a whole lot. And there is an event coming that he's also going to talk about, but we'll go on this quick break, and when we return, Lord Frank is still with me. Will still be with me in the studio. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
The Seychelles, a stunning group of islands in the Indian Ocean, has become a distinctive figure on the African continent due to its expertise in marine tourism. It may be the smallest country in Africa in terms of population, with just over 100,000 inhabitants. But economically, it is considerably more powerful than its size, and its most valuable resource is the sea. The Seychelles' economy is centered on its coastline and pristine oceans, much like many other countries that mostly depend on natural resources like minerals or oil. Tourism that is high value and low impact is vital to the nation's economy. Luxurious eco-resorts and unspoiled natural reserves that characterize the Seychelles experience attract tourists from all over the world. This type of tourism supports jobs in the hotel, transportation, fishing, and conservation industries in addition to generating foreign cash. Seychelles' stringent environmental regulations are one notable strategy. The nation boasts of one of the largest percentages of protected marine areas in the world, with over 30% of its seas classified as such. In addition to protecting marine habitats, this keeps tourism viable and attracts eco-aware tourists and foreign partners. Seychelles has also adopted blue economy practices, using the ocean to spur innovation in marine research, sustainable fishing, and renewable ocean energy. Through these initiatives, Seychelles is positioned not just as a tropical retreat, but also as an example of how tiny countries may prosper by protecting and enhancing their natural environment. Seychelles has been a continental leader in the blue economy idea, which uses ocean resources responsibly to boost economic growth in addition to pleasure. By issuing a blue bond in 2018, it raised $15 million to finance sustainable fisheries and marine initiatives, making it the first nation in the world to do so. Additionally, the nation has set aside almost 400,000 square kilometers of its oceanic territory, roughly 30% of its exclusive economic zone, for regulated usage and conservation. In addition to protecting the Seychelles' beautiful waterways, these programs help the country's standing as a climate-conscious travel destination worldwide. By doing this, Seychelles has shown that preservation of the environment and economic growth do not have to conflict. On the contrary, they may support one another when handled with care and foresight. I'm Moyosore Adebi, and this is Just Africa.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Of course, we'll be having this conversation on hospitality, entertainment, and luxury life generally. And I still have Lord Frank with me in the studio, who is telling us more, or who will be telling us about the business side of it. It's very important because people don't really see the business side of some of these things. They just feel it's entertainment. All right, thank you very much for staying with me in the studio. Okay, so when it comes to tourism, when it comes to hospitality, people want to create experience. People want to have that memory. There are so many things people look forward to. But do you really think that in Africa, those in the hospitality industry, do you think they have that in mind whenever they are running the business? or they just want to do business? Do they think of creating memories for people?
That's a very good question. You probably have to get into their heads, but you're so right. It's about leaving people with an impression that they can't forget, you know, and that's the reason why they come back. And that's, you know, what's better than just public advertisement is word of mouth. When you can tell someone, oh, I had this experience, they'll want to have that experience too, and that's better than any kind of advertisement, you know. And it's all about leaving them with that experience. That makes them coming back. Yeah.
Yes, I think that has branding a lot, the experience. But what do you really think that those in that industry, what do you think they need to do to help them build that experience or help the people get that particular experience and scale up their businesses as well? What do you think they need to do?
Well, number one, you have to take a little bit of pride, and you have to also love making people feel good about something. I think if you have that in you, then whatever you would do, the way you present it, you always, you know, have that in the forefront. So if they do whatever you do, how you present it, you hook up with certain influencers or creative people to help you get your idea across in such a way that will grab a hold of their attention, and then it will draw them in.
Oh, okay. Looking at the job creation aspects of hospitality, tourism, everything when it comes to that industry. How big is it?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm not really in that industry. Let me say that. But I would imagine it is huge. It is huge. From people who get you to that particular location, people who service you while you're at that location, and people who help you, you know, experience different things in that location, and people who advertise that location. So there's so many avenues, you know. We're talking about cooks, we're talking about chefs, we're talking about, you know, waiters, we're talking about, you know, people, so many people.
You've traveled, so what is that experience that you had while you were away, and you know it's still in the head even till the kingdom come? It's not going to leave the head. What's that experience?
I love scenery. I love seeing like sights, right? So Niagara Falls, maybe Las Vegas, the Strip, or New York with the Broadway and things like that, or London with the Eye, Big Ben, all these places, you know. So I just love scenery. I like seeing historical things too. So these things can really make an impression on people.
Do we have that here?
Well, we have the scenery. We have landmarks, right? We have landmarks, right? So, but we need people who, you know, love our landmarks. You know, want to present our landmarks in such a way that people overseas want to come and see them. You know.
Okay.
So that's what we're lacking.
Okay. No, the entertainment industry, you're fully there. What do you think is happening to our stories? Now, the kind of stories we have out there, naturally, the African culture, our way of telling stories, it carries morals. It has so much of entertainment there. So as long as you're being entertained, they expect you to learn from it. But that's not what we're seeing these days. What's happening? What's changing? Are we just producing to sell, or we're producing to promote our culture?
That's a very good question. That's a very good question. I wish we had a round table here of creative people. So I don't say something that will upset anybody, but at the same time, you know, we have to live, right? We have to make money, right? Right? I think it's a question of what do I love more? Do I love producing quality entertainment? Do I love promoting my culture? Do I love promoting these things that I believe the world needs to know about Nigeria? They're building their own ideas about what we are, who we are. It's our opportunity here to showcase and tell them this is who we are, you know, in a different way, right? So it's a question of that. But if I'm more concerned about how much is going to my pocket, then whatever is winning at that particular point is what I'm going to do as well.
Oh, but see, look, Frank, when you look at Hollywood and some of those foreign movies, they promote their culture. We buy that.
Sure.
We listen to that. We do everything. And they make money. So how come they sell? Okay, this is the example I've always given. We watch Lot Thor. We've watched so many movies about their own gods.
Right.
And they've painted their gods to be superheroes.
Sure.
Yeah, but here in Africa, well, somehow, some way, we've adopted some of their gods, technically.
Okay.
But yes, we have not projected the Shango in the right way.
Sure.
We have not presented Amadioha. So they will never buy into Amadioha. Instead, we present Amadioha to be killer and destroyer of good and all that.
Sure.
So what is missing? How were they able to put their own story together and we're buying them and money goes into the pocket and we are not doing something?
I think it's production value. I think if we have creatives who have, according to them, they have enough funds to produce these things in such a way that anybody will believe it and buy into it and want to be a part of it, because that's really the bottom line. When you have people from all over the world watching your production and then putting themselves in that situation, like you watch Indian movies or Japanese movies, all of a sudden you want to speak Indian, you want to speak Japanese, and why is that? Because of the production value, the way it's presented. So if we go to that level of production, people want to speak Yoruba, people want to speak Igbo, people want to speak Hausa, the way we're presented. I think that's the bottom line, production value.
Okay, so we've not gotten there.
We're getting close.
Okay, we're getting close. That's beautiful. At least we have left a certain level to some higher level, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. Okay, so then another thing about our entertainment industry that I really need you to speak on is the selling, or should I say the exportation of our movies. Do you think we are doing enough? Fine, the music industry has actually tried.
Yes.
The music industry has gone far. But do you think Nollywood, or whether I want to say Kennywood, whether I want to say, is it Ghana or the likes, or any country in Africa, do you think we've done enough? Or do you think we are exporting our movies enough? Or we are just okay where we are?
Right. You mean strictly with movies, right?
Yes.
Okay. I know there's a lot of talk about distribution, people finding ways to distribute their films and things like that. I am a strong believer in, if it's good, if it's incredibly good, it will find its audience.
Okay.
People always say that, okay, you need someone who's a gatekeeper to maybe usher you in and things like that. You know, maybe you need individuals who are connected to maybe Netflix or all these guys and stuff like that to really get you into those big rooms and things. But I believe if it's really, really good, if you do a good job, it will find its way.
Okay, so do you think right now, what are you working on right now?
I'm working on what is called tour dine. This is in the tourism realm. So you think about these places I mentioned, like Las Vegas, New York, London. You kind of wonder, if you don't have the means to travel, maybe because of ban or whatever it may be, how can you see these places without actually living Nigeria? And that's what Tour Dine is about. We want to give you a tour of the cities without actually living Nigeria. So it feel like you're actually taking a tour, like you're on the street, going through these places and looking at the landmarks in those cities. And that's what we're trying to do.
Is it more like a live show?
No, it's not a live show.
Okay, so it's going to be recorded or something? And televised?
Yes. I don't want to give too much of the... I don't want to give too much of the information away. But imagine this, with AI, right? Each day, each week, each month, AI is coming out with something different, something new, right? And I feel like if we're not careful, even though things are getting easier and individuals can do things by themselves, it's making us more isolated, right? We're all like just scurrying back into our own little spaces and things like that. And what my idea now is to bring people together to enjoy AI in a common space. So that's one of the reasons why I came up with this thing.
Oh, that's beautiful. And you have a team working on this right now.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So how prepared are you?
Well, we're prepared.
Are we 100% ready? 90% ready?
Yes.
Or what level of percentage do you think? How ready are we?
Thank you. We're ready enough for partners to come in.
Okay.
We're that ready for partners to come in, for hotels, landmarks, hotels like event venues, and angel investors to come in and help us scale it to a different location.
Yes. Let's look at the business side of it. Yeah. How lucrative is it?
Oh, I think it's very lucrative.
No.
Not to, you know how the investors don't like people who just say, oh, don't worry, it's going to blow up and stuff like that. So I'm trying to be, modest to a certain degree, but absolutely. I think we all want to travel. We want to see different places.
Yes.
And I think this is the core part of this thing that I think will draw people in.
Okay. Do you think, with what you said now, do you think people from the beginning of the show you said you want to bring the world to Africa? Yes. Do you think with this tour down you'll be able to bring in people to Africa?
When I say the world, I meant like those locations.
Yes.
Right. Okay. That's one. And also the other thing is, just in case we have foreigners who come to Nigeria, they stay in different hotels and things like that in Lagos. And they want to see the waterfalls or the mountains that we have here. And for some reason or the other, maybe for security reasons, they can't travel, So this, our tour down bus, right, can be an opportunity for them to see parts of Nigeria without actually going there. Yeah.
Wow, that is a beautiful one.
Yes.
It's really beautiful. And I must say that, yes, you've done well. But before I let you go, we're coming back to entertainment again. Well, and I want to try as much as I can to link entertainment with tourism, with hospitality, and all that it is. And you have said something earlier that you want to use storytelling to tell the world that this is what we have.
Sure.
Right now, the world is telling our stories for us.
Yes.
Although we are trying to tell it, but I don't know if we are telling it
They're
right.
doing a better job at it, unfortunately.
So, what particular story do you think we need to sell right now, or we need to tell to change the narrative? Now, changing it means I meant that changing it for good. Okay. What particular story do you think we need to sell, or we need to tell that we put Africa in limelight?
That's a very good question. I don't know if I will have a good answer to that. There's so many stories that we can, even those that have been done before, we can just, redo it again. But like I said before, it's the production value. No matter what story it is, if we have the production value behind it, people will be interested. People will be interested. Unfortunately, I don't have a particular story. I know Fela has been done so many times. And King Sunny Ade has. I'm surprised he hasn't been really focused on, and he's been doing this thing for a long time. And so many other artists out there, that we can write stories about, but.
Okay, so what investment gap still exists in the hospitality and the luxury industry? What investment gap do you think we need to fill? Or how do you think investors need to come in?
Right. See, that's the thing. It's like, should it be, when you say investors, I'm hoping you're thinking about Nigerian investors, or it doesn't matter?
It could be international investors.
Okay, all right. I would hate for it to be international investors, but you get it where you can. I prefer Nigerian investors because this is our place. We don't want anyone telling us how we need to do it, or do it like that, or do it like this. And having too much control over it. So we'd rather it be Nigerians, especially people in from that particular place, Yeah. So, so what was your question again? Sorry.
I'm asking how they can come in to bridge the gap.
Okay.
Any existing gap there? Because I know as much as those in the industry need their money, I still feel that there's a gap that they can also come into bridge, right?
Well, the only gap I'm thinking about is the gap of, creating accessibility to those locations, I'm not sure I'm clear on your question.
Okay. So what I was saying is, when it comes to hospitality, people tell you that we need investors to come in.
Okay.
We need investors to come and invest, and could be building, could be it could be the tourism aspect, just as you said earlier on, calling the government to help develop places and all that. Do you think investors can come in and develop certain sites?
Okay. Well, they can. The thing is,
But if they do, would they take over or would they dictate, just as you said earlier, would they dictate how that place should run, especially international investors?
Sure. There are organizations and there are conferences being had around tourism. I know there's an event coming up for hospitality or for hotels and things like that. So there are things that people on ground are already dealing with those areas. But the question now is, the investors will have to look to those people and help them, guide them as to what gaps need to be filled.
Do we have international investors in the movie industry?
That's a good question.
Because some I don't know.
They haven't come to me.
But you have been in the industry for a long time.
Right. But I never had an international investor. Never heard of them. I'm sure there is, but I've never come across any.
Oh, but we have investors in Nigeria.
Sure.
That are partnering with production houses.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Which are you working with? I just want to know, because people want to know if there are really investors. Yes, I'll agree if there are investors in Nigeria, Nigerian investors, but I don't know about international investors and how people can actually get to have access to those people, to do, like you said, to have productions that have values.
Right. Excuse me. There are a few things that people need to take into consideration. It's like, how big is the market? That's one thing investors are going to look at. How much money am I going to get back? And things like that. So I think from that point of view, we have to wonder why a particular foreign investor will put money into this.
Okay.
How big is our market for them to get something back, And how trustworthy or how transparent our producers will be towards that investor.
Okay.
So all of that, comes together. And they have to just ask themselves, is it worth the trouble?
Is it challenging for one person to foot a full production?
It's possible. It's very possible.
It is, right?
Yeah, it's very possible.
So,
people have done it.
But for people like you, it's very much, is it right?
Yes. Amen.
No, that wasn't a prayer. That wasn't a prayer. That wasn't a prayer. Because we've seen people complaining that, yes, the government is not doing enough. But we hear the government, for instance, the executive director, the Nigerian Film and Movie Censors Board, where Dr. Shaibu, where he was talking about how the government is giving out funds to support those in the entertainment industry. And we hear that only very few people have access to it, or people applied and they got. But when we hear producers, they tell you that there was nothing like that. What is missing? Is it that the government is not playing their part, or some persons are actually getting and they are not speaking up?
I think it boils down to who you're speaking with. You're right. Will we really know the truth unless you speak with those individuals who are at those particular forefront?
Okay.
Yeah. So would we really know the truth?
So we won't know the truth.
Would we really know? They'll say, yes, we have the funds and we disperse the funds. Yeah. But, does it get all the way to the back? Maybe not. maybe not. It depends.
Oh, yes, I totally agree with that. But somehow, some way, people still need to have access to funds, right?
Yeah. You're absolutely right. But it's like, for example, now when these foreign streaming platforms like Netflix and Amazon came in, right? There were only certain individuals that had access to them. So the question is how, why, right? There's a whole lot of other production companies that were trying, but they couldn't, for one reason or the other. You know, and because of the actions of those few production companies that had access to it, you know, we were judged based on, you know, their actions and the way they produce things.
Yeah.
And now, you know, they're kind of pulling back a little bit.
Yes, I truly understand that part. So looking, let's say 5 years from now, where do we see the Nigerian entertainment industry?
That's a good question. But, you know, I feel hopeful because of the things I'm seeing lately, right? There's some productions that are really, really, really nice. Right?
Yes.
They're really, really nice. And I'm just saying that because I'm Nigerian, or I'm like, no. I mean, I can compare them to Hollywood productions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's how good they are. And if we keep going in that direction, we don't have to worry in terms of movies and stuff like that.
Okay, so we have the acting, we have the director, we have the this and that. What area do you think we have really improved in the last 5 years?
In terms of
movies, yes.
Yeah, like production.
Yes.
Yeah, production.
Okay. Yeah. Are you talking about our storytelling?
Well, in terms of story, maybe not as much. Maybe I'll say we bumped it up to maybe 60% in terms of our story.
Okay.
Right? But production value, I think it's gotten to 90%.
Oh wow, that's beautiful.
But not as a whole. But there's certain individuals that are doing it and are getting to that point. Yeah.
And I, of course, like you said, they keep improving on the daily.
Yes.
So, what would you tell someone right now who want to go into movie, who want to come in because you're there already, who want to come into movie production?
Yeah.
What would you advise the person to first of all do?
Well, first of all, build up your passion for it. Build up your passion for it and study, look over some things that you want to aspire to. You know, maybe it's Hollywood movies, the way they do their things. Maybe it's the way Japanese produce their movies. Check those things out. Aspire to them, right? And then come in and do your thing. But by all means, come in.
Okay. Well, do you look at the works of other countries?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Because like you were saying earlier, that we watch these things.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, all these cinemas here, they present us with all these movies, and we watch them, right?
Yeah.
So there's something about them that we like, right? And then you know, they say imitation is the best form of flattery. So if we keep on watching them and we like them, we can imitate them, and then just take some parts of it and put our own spin on it, and
Yeah, a very big thank you to you once again.
Thank you.
Lord Frank, for coming on the show. But before I let you go, Lord Frank, from the name, I couldn't pick where you're from.
Right. You know, you're probably the first person that's asked me that question.
Oh.
In all my interviews that I've ever had, it's like, okay, the name, where are you from?
Okay.
Okay. So, is that your question?
No, I didn't ask
that.
Anyways.
All right, go
I
ahead.
said, Lord Frank, I could not pick where you're from.
Right.
So, where are you from?
Would you believe? And this is not, we're not going to go any further than that, right?
I'll answer. Let's say what the response is. That we're not
no, we're not doing that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, I'm probably going to get a lot of flack to this, but I'm from Osun State.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So you speak Yoruba?
I do.
You do, right?
I do.
Okay. So you're going to speak Yoruba to speak to your fans, to your team, your staff, people from Osun State, the governor of Osun State.
You're asking too much.
So you're going to speak Yoruba to say hello to them and tell them to keep watching SOUQ News Television and subscribe to the Just Africa.
Oh my goodness. that's going to be trouble. Okay.
Well, you speak. This is just Africa.
Right.
We'll be dealing with English, so let's come back.
Sure. Absolutely. This is terrible. Okay. What do you want me to say?
Just say hello and tell them to keep watching Just Africa.
Okay. And Emma will Just Africa. And they should go on, they tune in, Emma will me, Timon Sorangba, tourism. Thank you. They should go.
Okay, so from the MCR, they're screaming actually. So because they heard you. All right.
Oh, really? Okay.
Thank you so much once more for coming.
Thank you very much.
I hope I'll call you next time you're available for us.
Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate it.
So maybe the reshift is this. Africa is no longer asking to be discovered. It is preparing to be experienced on its own terms. The next big frontier in hospitality, tourism, luxury, and investment is not just about five-star hotels or beachfront properties. It's about ownership. It's about narrative. It's about building destinations we are proud to host and bold enough to scale. Because when we design world-class resorts, curate cultural festivals, restore heritage sites, and create investment-ready ecosystems, we are doing more than attracting visitors. We are shaping perceptions. We are building economic power. We are redefining luxury through an African lens. The opportunity is here. The capital is watching. The world is curious. The only question left is, will we build for applause, or we will build for legacy? This is Just Africa, where opportunity is not just discussed, it is challenged, refined, and reimagined. Until next time, keep building the Africa you want the world to experience. I am Omivi Idolo, and thank you for watching.
In the heart of West Africa, where the Atlantic Ocean meets vibrant coastlines and cultural richness, lies a country that has long served as a bridge between tradition and modernity. Welcome to the Republic of Senegal. From its diverse languages to distinct cuisines and colorful attire, Senegal mirrors the broader identity of West Africa, a region shaped by history, resilience, and remarkable diversity. But among its neighbors, Senegal stands apart in a unique way. Since gaining independence from France in 1960, it has never experienced a military coup, a rarity in the region and a testament to its stable democratic legacy. Its capital, Dakar, hugs the coastline and is home to nearly a third of the country's population, around 5 million people. Though over 90% of Senegalese identify as Muslim, the nation's first president, Léopold Sédar Senghor, was a Catholic, a poet and philosopher. Senghor played a pivotal role in post-colonial West Africa, founding the Federal Assembly after France's withdrawal. French remains the official language, a legacy of colonization, but it's Wolof, the voice of the streets, that rings loudest in the markets, homes, and music of Senegal. Economically, Senegal thrives on two pillars: peanuts, fueling a robust fishing industry; agriculture and maritime life shape much of its economy and daily rhythms. Senegal's culinary culture is just as iconic, from fiebondien, the beloved rice and fish dish, to the zesty yassa of marinated chicken or fish flavor tells a story. And in between meals, locals sip on national drinks made from natural sources like boye, the sweet nectar from the baobab fruit. Wander the streets and you will likely spot sheep and goats roaming freely. not as strays, but as symbols. During the Muslim festival at Tabaski, male sheep are offered as spiritual sacrifices, a deeply rooted tradition tied in faith and family. While football reigns across the continent in Senegal, a traditional form of wrestling called lamb shares the spotlight and sometimes steals it. Considered a national sport, lamb draws crowds of over 70,000 during major bouts, with a mix of athleticism, rituals, and roaring support from devoted fans. But Senegal's legacy runs deeper than sport or tradition. It is home to some of Africa's most symbolic landmarks. The Great Mosque of Touba, the largest in Africa, towers over the faithful. The Africa Renaissance Monument in Dakar stands at 49 meters high, Africa's tallest statue. And on Gorée Island, history echoes through the door of no return, the final passage for enslaved Africans during the transatlantic slave trade. Senegal is proudly home to 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. From Goré's sorrowful legacy to the rich biodiversity of Juge Bird Sanctuary and Niokolo Koba National Park, from the colonial charm of St. Louis Island to the cultural landscapes of Bassari Country, and from the unique Salom Delta to the ancient stone circles of Senegambia, the land is a living museum. Add to that the dazzling pink lake, whose waters shimmer rose-hued during the dry season, and the Car's revered surfing coastline, and it becomes clear. Senegal is a country of rhythm, resilience, and unmatched beauty. This is Senegal, the doorway to West Africa, where culture, history, and spirit converge to welcome the world. Chiki Okolo, SOUQ News TV.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's sports to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWash Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Offences-Related Commission (ICPC) convened a one-day capacity building workshop in Lagos aimed at strengthening accountability, transparency, and integrity across Nigeria's local government councils. Held under the theme, The Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption, the workshop was jointly organized in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Justice, Fiscal Responsibility Commission, Bureau of Public Procurement, Code of Conduct Bureau, and the Center for Fiscal Transparency and Public Integrity, with support from the EU-funded Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Program. The initiative was designed in response to the recent judicial pronouncement reaffirming local government as an independent tier of government.
State governments are prohibited from receiving funds allocated for local government.
Its objective was to equip local officials with knowledge and practical tools necessary for effective governance, compliance with procurement standards, and improved service delivery at the grassroots level.
Some will be deceived, as it were too, but what is more important is that we all have a task to ensure that that autonomy granted to the local government, who is the third tier of government, is not abused.
The Supreme Court's affirmation of local government autonomy is a monumental victory for all of us. It grants grassroots democracy. It grants you the power to truly drive whatever development you think you can impact on your people. However, great power demands great responsibility. Autonomy without accountability is obviously a recipe for fiscal disaster. For us as Fiscal Responsibility Commission, FRC, which is part of this coalition that is going from state to state to educate the operators, it's very key that we learn how to plan.
Or a task, that duty that you are entrusted with in that your office, you are the one responsible for it. If you don't do it well, if you allow yourself, like my brother said, your village people, to make it to read procurement, to make it to collect bribe, to make it to spend outside budget, we have to call haram. Haram is what? Abomination. We have also fiscal haram. Are you aware? There is a concept called fiscal haram, and that is number one. Fiscal haram is any expenditure that's not budgeted. Spending government money without a budget is number one fiscal what? Haram.
The participants engaged in interactive discussions and team exercises, explored case studies on corruption prevention, accountability frameworks, and interagency collaboration. They also participated in a question and answer section focused on addressing challenges and exploring practical solutions to enhance public accountability in local government systems. At the end of the workshop, participants expressed satisfaction with the quality of content and delivery, highlighting the relevance of the sessions to their daily administrative responsibilities. Organizers reaffirmed that the joint agency initiative forms part of Nigeria's ongoing national anti-corruption agenda aimed at institutionalizing transparency, promoting fiscal responsibility, and strengthening governance structures at the grassroots level.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street, Balindi. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home as at that time. you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960 when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. I'm from Holy Cross for 1 year. I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were our brothers' keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it had become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what called me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Godabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do. But I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas Advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. Then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor. at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, "Look, Steve, where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to Lintas." I said, "Well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know." So I said, "Okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas." And Lintas and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, "Sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times." So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times, you know. So that was my life. From Lintas, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akadusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Lintas, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surulere, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking, and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, "My name is ABC, blah, blah, blah." And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, "Okay, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that." He said, "No, he just wants to talk to you." So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, "My name is this. And I said, "My name is this." He said, "Can we meet?" So I said, "She, no problem." He said, "No." So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, "I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics." He said, "No. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that." That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, but just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through, and that was it. I got onto the board, and somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN, and they approached me and said, "You are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board." I said, "Me?" And they said, "Yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me?" Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. For instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio. Okay, interesting stories. I had there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bag? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times, my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feeling important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money. No matter how small, treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time, and I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. You can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits. Okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, tell them, give them all the facts and figures. Okay. They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%, blah, 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 blah. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you give me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there'll be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And certainly banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still going. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. Take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. go and do this, go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back. lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalinde, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were going to reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igbo Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too, unconsciously, will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. It doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that, and the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most so if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they learn. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Normally the female. Even the guys wearing what they, think they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them, because they're not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence,
it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and other. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I walk. There's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up till today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay, hot colors frighten me. Okay, and if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? So you don't become like a Christmas tree, on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalin.
Welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. First, the headlines. Nigeria is to begin exporting new light sweet crude grade Cawthon in March to boost production. Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau meets UK Rail Accident Investigation Branch to boost investor competence and deepen institutional ties. An IMF delegation is set to visit Kenya next Tuesday to discuss a new loan program amid fiscal pressures. U.S. President Donald Trump signals possible military action against Iran, vowing Iran will not obtain nuclear weapons during State of the Union address. In the world of sports, Super Eagles forward Ademola Lookman provides assist as Atletico Madrid beats Club Brugge 4-1. Stay with us, we'll be right back. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has disclosed that the country is set to begin exporting a new light sweet crude grade known as Cawthon in March. The move aims to boost oil production and consolidates recent gains in output. A company spokesperson confirmed the development to reporters on Tuesday, noting that Cawthon crude will enhance Nigeria's product portfolio and competitiveness in global markets. The export is part of a broader effort to optimize revenue and strengthen market positioning. Officials said the initiative is expected to reinforce Nigeria's role within the organization of the petroleum exporting countries, supporting higher production targets amid improving national output levels. The federal government attracted stronger investor demand at its February 2026 bond auction, with total subscription rising to 2.70 trillion naira. Despite the surge, the Debt Management Office, DMO, significantly reduced allotments while marginal rates declined across all tenors. Results released by the Debt Management Office show that 800 billion naira was offered across 3 reopened instruments at the February 23, 2026 auction. Investors demonstrated keen interest in government securities amid a stable macroeconomic environment and attractive yields. Officials further said the outcome reflects confidence in Nigeria's debt instruments and effective debt management strategies. Analysts noted that continued disciplined issuance and targeted allotments could maintain market stability in upcoming auctions. The Chief Executive of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Orisemewa Eyeson, has announced a 60-day program to fully digitize the Commission's internal communications and operational processes. The initiative aims to enhance transparency, speed, and regulatory efficiency across the organization. Eyeson made the disclosure during a working visit by the Executive Secretary of the Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, Musa Sarkin Ada, to the Commission's corporate headquarters in Abuja. Officials said the program will streamline workflow, improve information management, and strengthen oversight, signaling a major step toward modernizing Nigeria's upstream petroleum regulatory framework. Still in Nigeria, the country's push to rebuild its palm oil industry through backward integration faces its toughest test in over a decade, as import waivers and cheaper foreign oil trigger a sharp price crash. Producers warned the trend could stall fresh investments and weaken rural employment. The industry had expanded steadily under the 2011 backward integration policy. Growth was supported by stronger crude palm oil prices, which rose to $1,007 per metric ton from $923. However, operators say renewed import pressures now threaten recent gains and long-term sustainability. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has concluded an offtake agreement with 12 major petroleum marketing companies to distribute between 60 million and 65 million liters of premium motor spirit daily across Nigeria. The move is expected to stabilize fuel supply and advance the country's drive towards energy self-sufficiency. President of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, disclosed this in Lagos State, stating that the structured framework will guarantee nationwide availability of petrol through coordinated distribution channels. He added that while domestic demand will take priority, surplus volumes will be exported. Industry stakeholders say the agreement could reduce reliance on imports, improve supply consistency, and strengthen pricing stability across retail outlets nationwide. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau has engaged the United Kingdom's Rail Accident Investigation Branch in a high-level technical meeting aimed at strengthening the competence of Nigerian accident investigators. The collaboration also seeks to deepen institutional ties between both countries' safety agencies. The engagement took place at the RIBE's operational headquarters in Derby and focused on sharing best practices, methodologies, and investigative standards. Officials said the discussions will support capacity building for Nigeria's accident investigation teams across rail and other transport modes. According to the Bureau, the initiative reflects Nigeria's commitment to advancing its multimodal safety framework and improving national accident response and prevention strategies through international technical cooperation. Still to come in the news, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in Israel on Wednesday for a 2-day visit aimed at deepening bilateral relations. Details and more right after this break.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Welcome back. A delegation from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, is due in Kenya next Tuesday to discuss the new loan program with government officials. The visit signals renewed efforts to secure financial support amid ongoing fiscal pressures. Kenya is seeking a fresh arrangement following the expiration of its previous $3.6 billion program in April. Since then, both sides have held a series of consultations in Nairobi and Washington to define the scope and conditions of a potential agreement. Officials said the discussions will focus on fiscal reforms, debt sustainability, and economic stability. Analysts note that the new program could bolster investor confidence and support Kenya's broader macroeconomic recovery strategy. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in Israel on Wednesday for a two-day visit aimed at deepening bilateral relations amid rising regional concerns about potential U.S.-Iran military tensions. The visit follows Modi's historic first trip to Israel in 2017, when he became the first Indian Prime Minister to visit the country. During that visit, he and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took a symbolic barefoot walk on a beach in Haifa, underscoring growing diplomatic warmth. Officials said the current trip will focus on strengthening trade, security, cooperation, technology, partnerships, and regional dialogue, reflecting both nations' shared strategic interests and efforts to expand collaboration across multiple sectors. In the U.S., analysts have said efforts to expand its presence in the solar market face a setback after Washington announced steep countervailing duties on solar cells and panels from selected Asian hubs. The move could affect trade and investment plans in the renewable energy sector. The U.S. Commerce Department determined on Tuesday, that manufacturers in India, Indonesia, and Laos benefited from extensive state support, giving them an unfair advantage in global solar markets. Officials said the duties aim to level the playing field and protect domestic producers from subsidized imports. Industry representatives warned the measure could slow India's clean energy growth ambitions and disrupt planned exports, potentially reshaping regional supply chains in the world's most lucrative solar market. Iran's Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, said on Tuesday that a deal with the U.S. is within reach, but only if diplomacy is given priority, ahead of a new round of negotiations in Geneva. The talks are scheduled for Thursday, with U.S. envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner set to meet an Iranian delegation. Officials said the discussions aim to resolve outstanding issues and explore avenues for cooperation on nuclear and regional security matters. Observers noted that successful diplomacy could reduce tensions, prevent escalation, and pave the way for a sustainable agreement between the U.S. and Iran, emphasizing the importance of prioritizing dialogue over confrontation. And now, South Korea and the United States is set to conduct major joint military exercises known as Freedom Shield, from March 9 to 19th. The annual drills are designed to strengthen defensive capabilities and readiness amid regional security concerns. Military officials describe the exercises as defensive in nature, focusing on coordination, command systems, and rapid response operations. Despite this, the drills have historically drawn criticism from North Korea, which views them as a rehearsal for potential invasion.
한미는 연합방위 태세 확립을 위해 3월 9일부터 19일까지 FS 연습을 시행하기로 하였습니다.
Freedom Shield 26 is an annual exercise that is defensive in nature.
Analysts said the exercises serve both strategic and diplomatic purposes, reinforcing deterrence while signaling the country's commitment to maintaining stability and security in the Korean Peninsula amid ongoing tensions. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz and Chinese Premier Li Qiang said on Wednesday that China and Germany are seeking to deepen economic cooperation. The discussions come as Germany works to reset ties amid a widening trade imbalance. Merz told Li that Germany places higher importance on maintaining and strengthening intensive economic exchanges with China, its largest trading partner, last year. He also stressed the need for fair cooperation and open communication between the two nations. Officials said the visit aims to foster mutual understanding, address trade concerns, and explore opportunities for investment, technological exchange, and long-term economic collaboration between Europe's largest economy and China. Still to come in the news, the Trump administration wants stable relations with China but does not fully trust the country, a senior U.S. State Department official said on Tuesday. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later under the British indirect rule. It's surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos state government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
U.S. President Donald Trump outlined a potential case for military action against Iran in his State of the Union address to Congress on Tuesday. He said the U.S. will not allow the world's largest sponsor of terrorism to acquire a nuclear weapon.
As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue. They're starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again.
Despite assembling a significant military presence in the Middle East, Trump has provided limited public explanation for the possible escalation, raising questions about the rationale and objectives of U.S. strategy toward Iran. Analysts warn that any aggressive action could heighten regional tensions, impact global energy markets, and mark the most confrontational U.S. posture toward Iran since the 1979 Islamic Revolution, requiring careful diplomatic and military consideration. Brazil's government on Tuesday welcomed Washington's decision to allow Brazilian aircraft to enter the United States duty-free, down from the previous 10% tariff. The move is expected to strengthen Brazil's aerospace sector and enhance competitiveness in the global market. The decision benefits Embraer, the country's leading plane maker, which had faced disadvantages compared with rivals such as Canada's Bombardier and France's Dassault Aviation, whose jets already enter the U.S. market tariff-free. Officials said the policy shift could boost exports, support jobs, and encourage investments in Brazil's aerospace industry, while strengthening trade ties with the United States amid evolving international trade dynamics. A senior U.S. State Department official said on Tuesday that the Trump administration wants stable relations with China, but does not fully trust the country. The remarks highlight ongoing caution amid growing strategic and economic competition between the two nations. Jacob Hellberg, Under Secretary of State for Economic Affairs, made the comments at a congressional hearing, noting the need to balance engagement with vigilance in economic and diplomatic matters. Hellberg's statement comes ahead of an upcoming visit by U.S. President Donald Trump to China, where he is expected to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping to discuss trade, security, and bilateral cooperation. In the world of sports, Super Eagles forward Ademola Lookman provided an assist as Atletico Madrid defeated Club Brugge 4-1 in the second leg of the UEFA Champions League knockout, sealing a 7-4 aggregate victory. With Rafael Onyedika absent, Lookman came off the bench in the 70th minute for Alex Baena when the score stood at 2-1 on the night. He quickly influenced proceedings in the Spanish capital, helping Atletico extend their dominance. The result secured progression for Atletico into the next round, with Lookman's contribution underlining his growing impact in European competition this season. Real Madrid striker Kylian Mbappe will miss Wednesday's Champions League playoff second leg against Benfica due to a knee injury. Reports emerged on Tuesday, citing a source close to the team. The France international, Madrid's top scorer this season, has been managing knee discomfort in recent weeks, but will not feature at the Santiago Bernabeu. His absence is seen as a significant setback as the Spanish giants aim to secure qualification. Club officials have yet to issue a detailed medical update, though the decision is understood to be precautionary to avoid aggravating the injury ahead of crucial domestic and European fixtures. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. Nigeria to begin exporting new light sweet crude grade cotton in March to boost production. Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau meets UK Rail Accident Investigation Branch to boost investigator competence and deepen institutional ties. An IMF delegation is set to visit Kenya next Tuesday to discuss a new loan program amid fiscal pressures. U.S. President Donald Trump signals positive military action against Iran, vowing Iran will not obtain nuclear weapons during State of the Union address. In the world of sports, Super Eagles forward Ademola Lookman provides assist as Atletico beats Club Brugge 4-1. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all social platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Thank you for watching.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by Femi Wash Limited. Also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. And Emirate News Television, Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Centreforce Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer, challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Xenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Xenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Xenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobil Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Xenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Xenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Girigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Girigu Power PLC. Girigu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zeno was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huhili Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggables, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Bring to you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production.
a woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife, and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sejuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the corporate affairs department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000-acre block for oil. now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. Famfa Oil was changed to Famfa Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. Famfa Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwater Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of Famfa's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by Famfa and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwaters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, Famfa, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15th July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, Famfa Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and the University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She's living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your boy. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbuefi. They don't walk that road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbuefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom that encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the national economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligations to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FIRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal landowner revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not go well for them.